Items 1 and 2. Items 1 and 2 are executive session. Ms. Clerk.
Executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session discussion of the City of Tucson cybersecurity and critical infrastructure posture, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03A3 and A9.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We're going into executive session. We're going to leave this meeting and go into a private executive session room. So we will see each other in a bit. To those having to move into executive session. recording. I do need a motion to return to study session.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I think an appropriate motion would be to have the mayor and council move to proceed as discussed in executive session to include the direction to the city manager to continue to take the steps necessary to ensure the safety of City of Tucson critical infrastructure and cybersecurity.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this item to our attention. We move on to item 3. Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19 mitigation measures, funding, and appropriations and related legal matters. Mr. Manager, did you want to open up this item?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the council. Basically, the numbers are continuing to go down. I am watching it very closely, giving you an update on some of the administrative directives that we have evolved over time. I do want to just mention to you that sometimes these things move quickly. And as you know, I do have the authority to make adjustments to our administrative directives based on that. So I know that there was a question about what would happen if things skyrocketed again quickly before a council meeting. I would just institute the directives, the administrative directives that would be necessary to keep us and our public safe. And I'm ready to do that whenever. At this point, though, I don't see anything on the horizon, but I just wanted to reassure you that I do have that authority and will exercise it as necessary, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to reiterate in terms of COVID emergency, first and foremost, that I would encourage the vulnerable communities to get their booster shots. Children ages 5 to 11, 12 still have low numbers, so encourage all community residents, parents, and guardians to get their children 5 to 12 their shot and their series of shots, because the more of us have immunity through vaccine, the better. Saying that, I did want to present to my colleagues a little bit of a conversation about the state emergency order has been lifted. Also, the county emergency order was lifted as well. Only our local order is in force. And I wanted to invite Mr. Rankin to provide us with an update about this item, the options that we have as a council, and then where we go from here, because our order is still in effect. And I would want my colleagues on the council to give us feedback and input as to where we move from here. So, Mr. Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. And as the mayor just pointed out, one of the recent developments was Governor Ducey lifting the statewide declaration of emergency, which I believe occurred on March 30th. And the governor's action happened in conjunction with a letter that was issued from the Arizona Department of Health Services that supported the lifting of the emergency declaration at the state level. And as the mayor already pointed out, Pima County had lifted their countywide declaration or proclamation of emergency some time back, is actually in the summer of 2021. And you're all very keenly aware that Mayor Romero had issued her initial local state of emergency proclamation back in March of 2020. So it's been over 2 years now. And then as the pandemic evolved and mitigation actions were needed quickly, the mayor extended the state of emergency and issued a series of emergency proclamations in response to the pandemic in order to protect public health and safety. And the mayor and council weighed in all along the way and provided unanimous support with respect to the ongoing state of local emergency and the related orders. And the mayor and council took their own actions to supplement the mayor's proclamations with your adoption of certain ordinances relating to face coverings, other matters as the pandemic evolved over time. As the mayor mentioned, we've been talking about what orders or directives might still be in place as a product of the ongoing proclamation of emergency. And really, the only one from my review that I see is still out there as a product of the proclamations themselves is the suspension of some of the rules that apply to the meetings of not just the mayor and council, but the city's boards, committees, and commissions that allowed for their work to go forward, all still in compliance with the open meeting laws, of course, but with more flexibility and being able to do it on this type of format that we're using today. I think from my perspective, it'd be useful to hear the thoughts and the conversations of the mayor and council, as you've all done throughout this pandemic and crisis, including giving us some thoughts and direction with respect to how we should treat the rules for BCC meetings going forward in our new world, and what those changes might look like going forward. If the manager and I and the city clerk can hear your thoughts on that, it'll help us put together a game plan for setting out the rules and giving direction to the city's many boards and committees in terms of how they can conduct their meetings going forward. One just quick note, we have legislative update later in the meeting. There are a whole series of bills, of course, directed at COVID-related issues, but with respect to emergency orders at the local level, the one bill has passed and been signed by the governor, and that's HB 2107. But it doesn't take away the authority for local emergency orders, either from county or municipalities, but it scales back the scope of those orders such that they cannot include orders closing businesses during certain timeframes. So that authority is going to go away once that the general effective date is established several months down the road. So thank you for that, Mayor, and it would be helpful to hear any thoughts or discussion that the council have on those issues.
Any of my colleagues have any thoughts, including the possibility of ending the emergency declaration? I think it's important that we all, hear your thoughts. Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious to know if the ability to do things online has increased access to participating in boards, committees, and commissions, because that's something that I think is really good. I know as a working parent, busy mom, it's much easier to access those type of meetings and fit those things into the schedule if you can access them virtually instead of having to drive somewhere when you live all the way out here in Ward 4. So I'm curious to know if we've seen any sort of changes or indicators one way or another on that. And then I'm also just curious if there's any change one way or the other on the overall emergency declaration with respect to our ability to access different funding mechanisms. I know that the Biden administration was still talking about pandemic funding. So I know, Mayor, you are all over this, but I'm just curious how that would or wouldn't impact this conversation.
Mayor, if I might, with respect to the funding issue, thank you for asking that. And that's something that I've been in very frequent conversation with other jurisdictions around the state, and many local jurisdictions, most, if not all the others, have lifted their local declarations. And the common understanding among my peers throughout the state is that it does not affect our funding position for federal or state funds that have been made available in connection with the pandemic.
That's good news. Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you remind me what the mandate was, your special order, Madam Mayor?
I'll have Mr. Rankin review what is still in effect because we changed it a lot as the pandemic continued. So we added, we took. So I'll have Mr. Rankin answer that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Mayor, for this area also, because you really led the charge on this. I think lots of folks' lives, but it's citizens of Pima County. You saved a lot of people's lives, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Yes, as the Mayor mentioned, the series of proclamations dealt with a series of different issues, ranging from face coverings to access to city buildings to suspension of city permit requirements for the expansion of businesses out into rights of way, to other measures that were intended to not just protect public health and safety, but also to assist businesses to continue to survive the changing economic environment, particularly within the first year of the pandemic. But as I mentioned, really the only order or directive that's directly connected now to the remaining declaration of emergency had to do with that, making more flexible the rules for these types of meetings of public bodies. And by public bodies, I mean not just the mayor and council, but our mayor and council created boards, committees, and commissions. And as Councilwoman Lee was noting, one of the byproducts of that is that people can participate in meetings in ways that they were not able to before, without having to drive across town or make it to a meeting at a certain time, et cetera. I don't know that we'll have any measurable data about meeting participation, but we do have anecdotal experience in terms of the folks who've been participating via our system for mayor and council, but also for the different boards and committees. And so what we can try to assemble some of that anecdotal information, but I'm not sure that it will be more than anecdotal.
What is the mass call you see still in city buildings? Is it still in place?
So right
Mayor,
now, I'll let the manager address that.
Sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to walk on you there. Mayor, Councilman Fimbres, right now masking is recommended, but I've also suggested to the employees if they are uncomfortable, they can ask others to wear a mask around them if they are less than 6 feet apart. And so you do see even now in some of the city buildings, both employees with masks and without. It's really personal preference, but we are recommending that face coverings for those that are uncomfortable in that environment being worn.
And do we have a number of people that were sick and got sick or no longer with us, et cetera? Do we have a final report so far, or we continue to use that report and update it? I understand there's another strain out there that's going to hit us too.
Mayor, Councilman Fimbres, we really struggle with that because that is a HIPAA issue. And so the reporting of
I'm not asking for names, I'm asking for numbers.
Okay, I understand. So I will work towards getting you some information, but understand that we will we're tracking that, but it is to some level self-reported by the employee. It is not, or the family. It is not something that we necessarily track on our own now.
So who will track it? The public health department?
Mayor, Councilman Fimbres, that's correct. Generally, the public health department is the one that has access to that information and can provide that. That's normally who we go to and ask for that information.
Okay, and the other question is now there is extremely encouraging people with 50 years or older to get a fourth booster. Is that going to happen every year now? That was my last question. Thank you.
Mayor, I can't answer that question. Again, that is guidance from the health department, and we would take their lead on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kozachik, and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yeah, first of all, with respect to the BCCs, we are already having neighborhood meetings, doing these hybrid meetings. They're meeting virtually with the option of people coming in person. So I know before COVID, we were having conversations about BCCs and whether or not they could meet virtually. And the challenge was, as I recall, Mike Rankin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there was no way to validate whether or not they were meeting quorums. But we did make an exception for CODI, the Commission on Disability Issues, and I see absolutely no reason to prevent BCCs from meeting virtually or in a hybrid fashion. There are people, as I guess it was Nikki said, people are it's convenient. You don't have to spend an hour driving across town or whatever it is, and you can do it from home and then keep on with your household stuff. So we're already having, and here at the ward office, we've got one of our meeting rooms set up with a big screen, and neighborhoods are already coming in here and having 4 or 5 people in the room and another 10 or 12 on the screen. So I would completely support that. Nextly and finally is Mike Rankin. What is the functional impact of ending the declaration? I mean, I'm not even sure what we achieved by quotes ending it. And Richard touched on it real briefly, but there is a BA2 subvariant that as of last night was increasing in the state of Arizona. And because the state Department of Health Services is only putting out weekly data now, we don't know what that means, other than the fact that it was reported by them yesterday that it is increasing in Arizona. So, Mike, I guess the real question is functionally, what's the impact of ending it?
Yeah, great question. It's something I've kind of struggled in my head a little bit, but and obviously lifting the declaration on a local level isn't saying, okay, pandemic's over, everything's fine, all back to normal, right? But really, it's just saying, hey, we declared a continuing local emergency, but at the time it's lifted, what you're really saying is that as of that moment, there's not the need to exercise emergency powers in connection with that continuing, health issue for the community. And what I noted about the bill that was passed, I wanted the council to know that the ability to, if needed, subsequently issue another proclamation for emergency and orders that might be needed in connection with it would still exist. So operationally, it would just clear up that to the extent any of the proclamations before had certain orders or provisions in them, that would be over, and subject to any new proclamation being issued in the future.
Well, we do have, and you mentioned a couple. The extension of premises was quotes temporary until the emergency was over. Businesses are really benefiting from some of those things. I guess before we just whole hog say it's all over, I'd like to know what are the collateral impacts we're posing for businesses and for some of the people who are relying on some of those things that we did at the time on a temporary basis, but really have turned into some pretty positive amenities for small local businesses.
They have, Councilmember Kozachik and Honorable Mayor, members of the council. And that's an example of where that was initially put in place through mayoral proclamation, but then over time where it was observed that there was a real benefit to the community not being dependent on there being a continuing emergency or not, that the council took action to extend those changes in policy and build them into our codes. So those practices would not go away by lifting the declaration of emergency, because the mayor and council stepped in and said, hey, this is a good thing. We should put it in place more permanently and then ultimately build it into our code as a process that lives even if we don't have a state of local emergency at the given time.
Well, if we're not leaving any of those laying on the table that we're not remembering, then and all we're saying is right now there is no particular reason to have a declaration of emergency powers, then fine, then end it. But with a real strong caveat that BA2 is out there and it's not a get out of jail free card, and everybody pretend this doesn't exist any longer. That would be my only hesitation, is the messaging.
Yeah, and I'll add, you know, to the conversation, and just something else that we should all keep in mind is that there's no reason, if the emergency continues or it elevates, we can always, just like we did the first time around, we could always come together and declare another emergency, and then have council vote in, you know, and in its support of the emergency. So we could add, what we learned throughout all of this is that we can actually move pretty quickly if we need to. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor. I was just hoping to keep the conversation moving. I think it's time to lift the emergency declaration and be a little more predictable, because sometimes folks, don't know the difference between the city and the county. And I think it's time. I don't think that that staff hasn't thought, of all the things. If not, they would have brought it to us. I would just say that, that we have some flexibility, as we're transitioning, just into a different way of governing, specifically with our boards and commissions and our neighborhood associations. And I know that for me, I've heard a lot from some of the more senior elders in our community that would refuse to meet, virtually, and that they want to meet, in person. That's what feels like what they know. And then I think it's also important, we've lost a lot of just human decorum when we're not meeting, face to face, or people engaging in that way. I've seen it, just the amount of tension and conflict when people are getting to meet in person, because that hasn't happened for a while, that I'm hoping, we can also be mindful and figure out a way, to address as we're all coming together again. And then just asking for some flexibility and some grace as we're figuring all this out.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe allowing for hybrid models to continue, and being able to, if there is a need, to call virtual meetings, if we're concerned about any variant or anything like that. So, Mr. Rankin, you've heard from the council, and help us get to what the answer is. I'm not asking for your answer right now, but bring it back to us based on what you've heard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all of you for the conversation. I think we just needed some feedback. I'll get together with the clerk and the city manager, specifically on the board's committee's issue. And I'll do a double check to make sure that the other relief measures that were put in place separate from the proclamations are in fact unaffected by lifting the declaration. And then, but this helps a lot for us to be prepared for the next meeting.
Thank you so much, Mike. We are going to move on to the next item, which is item 4. It's an item on general fund fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. This item has been continued at the request of the city manager. So we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside for a review and update of the urban forestry program. Mr. Manager, I just wanted to open up this item and then introduce the presenters. As we all know, the mayor and council directed the city manager and staff to create an urban forestry manager position. For the first time in the history of the city of Tucson, this position was created in 2020. We've worked together to build the infrastructure of not just hiring an individual, but creating a program, an urban forestry program in the city of Tucson. I feel we have made significant progress. I have and will continue to advocate for nature-based climate solutions, which are not the answer, but a part of the conversation when it comes to climate resiliency. All of you have heard us talk about the Million Trees Initiative that the City of Tucson and Mayor and Council also institutionalized to be able for it to be able to survive when we're not here. So both the Urban Forestry Manager and the Million Trees Initiative is something that will hopefully outlive all of us. As a mayor, I have spent the last 2 years fundraising to bring private dollars to the Tucson Million Trees Initiative. We worked with City Attorney Rankin to build a partnership with our wonderful nonprofit organization, Tucson Clean and Beautiful, to be able to receive those private funds. We've raised over $500,000 to continue planting trees with the partnership of Tucson Clean and Beautiful Trees for Tucson. We all know how important planting trees is, but we also understand that their care is equally important to the survival of trees for the years to come in our community. So in order to have a healthy urban forest, we must value and treat trees as we treat the rest of our infrastructure. In fact, trees are better than gray infrastructure because their value and the benefits that they bring over time do not depreciate like gray infrastructure does. So it's important to recognize that as a city, we have different departments and systems that touch trees, but we are missing a holistic and integrated approach to most effectively manage our urban forest. And so for that reason, we have advocated for the first ever urban forest program manager, as well as the staff positions that make up the Storm to Shade program. So just laying that, the story before we start the presentation, I wanted to congratulate the council for really working through this. And all of this work, all the infrastructure that we've created as a mayor and council has been during a pandemic, which took a lot of our time, a lot of the resources and effort. But we've gotten to a place that I feel we're in a groove, we're hitting our groove, and we're doing incredible things. So with that, I'd like to introduce Tim Tamure. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to open up or if you wanted to include anything. One of our presenters is Tim Tamure, Assistant City Manager, that will present where we are in the program, as well as Nicole Gillette, that is our first ever urban forestry manager. So with that, Tim, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. City Clerk, would you prefer to run the PowerPoint, or would you like Nicole to share her screen? And while we get that rolling, I'll just open with a few introductory comments.
And we'll run the PowerPoint, Tim.
Thank you very much. So with that, we're ready to get into the PowerPoint. And I'll begin with, first of all, thanking Honorable Mayor, member and members of the council. This item is an opportunity to update you on the city's urban forestry program, which took form following your January 2020 planning retreat. At that time, Mayor and Council discussed urban tree canopy as a priority for combating urban heat island effects, adapting to climate change, and ultimately enhancing quality of life in Tucson. And as a direct result of the leadership and policy direction provided by Mayor and Council, the Urban Forestry Program Manager position was created. And we are here today to provide an update on the actions, achievements, and next steps of the program. Next slide, please. So the urban forestry program links with and supports the larger climate goals of the city and adds a nature-based component to other city programs. Examples of these connections are depicted on the slide, including our climate action plan. Trees are a nature-based cooling and equity tool within climate action. The Tucson Million Trees program itself, one of the roles of the urban forestry program manager is to oversee the work to achieve the ambitious goal to plant 1 million trees by 2030. As you're aware, we have a number of Parks and Connections bond programs or Prop 407 projects that are going forward. And through this program, we're maximizing the appropriate tree planting and the associated green stormwater infrastructure in those capital improvements. Our urban forest is the shade in the Storm to Shade program, or our green stormwater infrastructure program, as it was previously known. We've talked a bit in study session about the Los Realis Sustainability Campus and the trees that will be associated with it to improve enjoyment and actually welcome people to that area and make it both a recreational area and a functional area. And it also will be the future site of our nursery for trees of the future for the city. Our complete streets policies as passed and adopted by Mayor and Council, and implementing more walkable corridors throughout Tucson. And then finally, Thrive in the EO5 and collaborating with community partners to bring shade to high priority areas where shade or tree canopy is in short supply. The urban forestry program is the city working as one team towards climate readiness. Next slide. I won't go through all the details of this slide, but the benefits of trees are many, and they cut across the social benefits of trees, environmental benefits of trees, and economic benefits of trees. And intuitively, we often immediately leap to the environmental side of that. We think of trees as a nature-based solution. We think of the benefits of trees, but it's equally important to understand the social benefits on human health, mental health, and physical health of trees, and other factors related to the benefits of trees on the social side. And there are economic benefits of trees, both direct and indirect benefits from tree planting and increasing our urban tree canopy. What I'll also note is that this is not the first time you've seen a slide like this. Even prior to your planning retreat, in June of 2019, the Mayor and Council called for a study session on trees, and it was presented by Dr. Tanya Quist, the director of the University of Arizona Arboretum, where she went through in great detail the environmental and economic benefits of trees. So that myriad of benefits is apparent, and investments in trees are an investment in social, environmental, and economic benefits of the future. Next slide. So ultimately, we're here to talk about kind of a mission for our urban forest and the role of the program manager, who you're going to hear from next. So our mission is twofold when it comes to the urban forest. One is to increase tree-based climate resilience. We know there's a connection between trees and climate readiness, climate adaptation, and climate mitigation. And we want to make sure that we're maximizing those benefits and increasing our climate resilience accordingly. And then to equitably expand Tucson's urban canopy coverage across the community, because we know there are areas of Tucson that are have and have-nots when it comes to climate readiness. We have a very distinct areas where urban tree canopy is lacking or very well below where it should be for our community. And oftentimes those areas of low tree canopy are in our disenfranchised parts of the community and disinvested areas that are the most vulnerable from climate change impacts. So targeting trees and tree canopy into those areas is an equitable step toward a better climate future for Tucson. So we went down the path of hiring a program manager for these programs to serve as a central point of contact to develop and implement a holistic approach, working with city departments and our contractors on how we care for and manage our tree inventory and collaborate with community partners. And so with that, I introduce Urban Forestry Program Manager Nicole Gillette, who will present the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Tim, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. It is very much my pleasure to be here today and to hopefully paint you all a picture of what I consider to be one of the coolest jobs in the city. So we can go to the next slide. And I'm going to walk us through today where we are right now in the city with regard to trees in our landscape, celebrate some of our biggest actions and achievements, and provide a vision for moving forward after today. This slide I know is kind of a lot just to jump into for my first one, but really it's just demonstrating to us that trees and landscape intersect with almost all of our city departments. And one of my jobs, honestly, one of my favorite parts of this job is being able to work with frontline staff who are really out there touching and making decisions about trees on a daily basis. So this is a staff diagram just showing all of you how many staff we actually have out in the field who may touch a tree at some point as part of their job. And I just want to stress again that these are really our frontline tree workers, right? They can be our best agents for change as we grow our urban forest. In total, we have about 449 total staff who might be out in the field again, actually touching trees as part of their job. We also have 11 plus, because this is a changing contracts, who manage landscape maintenance, who plant trees, and also in some way touch a tree as part of their job. This does not even include our job order contracts and any new incoming contracts, of which this is constantly growing. And you can see there's one dashed line here to planning and development services. And this is sort of representing all the staff who maybe aren't touching trees, but are certainly making decisions about trees. And this could be PDS. It could also be review staff in other departments. Just again, trying to show that this is complex. And really a large part of my job thus far has been listening and working with staff and really building those relationships so we can move this much larger goal forward. So we can go to the next slide. Again, a lot of words and some complexity here. But these are our current landscape codes, policies, programs, and really these are our primary guidance documents when it comes to trees and landscape. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but I'm happy to come back to this slide later if we want to talk in more detail about any of these. But again, just to show that we have many existing tools in our tool belt to help improve the urban forest, and these are some of our primary policy documents. Again, just take a quick pause so you can see the slide, but we can come back to this later if we would like to discuss any of these in more detail. Next slide. All right, now we're getting into some of the juicy stuff here. This is all based on past mayor and council direction. Here's an overview of what the urban forestry program really has been doing since its inception. There's more detail on some of these items in the memo. And then you also have a copy of this presentation if you would like to go back and review this with more detail. I'm going to walk through a couple of these specific milestones in more detail, really focusing on 2021 because that's been my primary year of work. So starting in January 2021, we really hopped in with conversations with each department, and I really needed to understand what is going on in the city in regards to trees and where are our areas of improvement. And one of the most important needs that really floated to the top right away was training for staff. So starting in January, working with several partners throughout the city, including Storm to Shade, the U of A, and some private contractors, we offered a series of trainings to staff as well as our contractors related to proper tree care. And really moving forward, and something we'll touch on again later as well, one of our goals is to really operationalize these trainings and make them available to all staff. Then in April, another very exciting thing occurred. We worked with American Forest and our own amazing IT staff to complete the tree equity score analysis for our city. And this has really turned into our primary decision-making tool. It includes data on canopy, heat, employment, income, race, and population density. And it really provides us with a very usable and easy to understand tool to help guide planting decisions. This is used by both the Urban Forestry Program and the Storm to Shade Program. Then in May, another exciting step forward. When I took this position, I knew I could not act alone from CMO. And so immediately started gathering up a group of amazing staff throughout the city whose work intersects with trees. And we saw earlier just how many of those people there are. And so we came together and we now have a group, we call ourselves the tree team. We have representatives from each department, and we really work together to identify any issues, solve them together, and help plan next steps. One of our first achievements as a team was to implement a series of new standard operating procedures for each department that relates to tree work and tree removal. This standardizes across all departments how we approach tree work, and also helps us track all of this tree work requests. It creates a central point of contact within each department whenever a work order request comes in for tree work, and any action can be elevated to include me for review as well. Right at the end of 2021, 2022, we started moving into thinking about some action planning and brought together an amazing group of individuals representing our regional expertise, including the U of A, community organizations, neighborhoods, and together they came together to form and guide the Community Forest Action Plan. Our intention here is to have this be an evolving group that tackles specific elements of this plan that are immediately actionable upon completion. Thus, we can move on, change membership as needed, tackle new components, but we'll actually end up with very usable elements of this plan. And then just this year, we received a grant from the Department of Fire and Forestry Management to help fund this plan and help make sure that it gets wrapped up by 2023. There are a couple elements of that I'll talk about again as in next steps, but just to keep us moving in time, we can go to the next slide. And this is really a moment to pause and really celebrate and applaud the amazing work of Mayor Romero and Tucson Million Trees. We set this really ambitious goal, and the mayor has been dedicatedly working to move this forward. As she mentioned, she's been working with private funders to raise all the money we are currently using for Tucson Million Trees in partnership with Tucson Clean and Beautiful. And we were really able to come together in December and celebrate this fact with our first Tucson Million Trees private-public partnership project. It was in Barrio Centro. It involved an amazing group of folks that all came together to both bring funding to the table, but also our community and residents. And really just, it was an amazing day. If you were able to be there, it was very fun. We were out planting trees, plants, and the rain. This project was fundraised initially by the mayor, and then we were able to stack additional funding and support on top of it. And to me, this is really the intention behind Tucson Million Trees. It is to listen and work with residents and communities to bring their needs, interests, and visions to life. And then we are able to bring trees where they are truly wanted and needed, and look to partners and private companies to invest in our communities. So this is just a huge thank you to everyone who made this project happen, and an invitation to everyone else here. We're going to have many more planting events this coming year and well into the future, and we could always use an extra hand and shovel. So moving forward to the next slide. And of course, we have even more to celebrate. And these are just some of the many achievements we have made thus far. And while I have been lucky to be part of many of these actions, really it's thanks to the efforts of all of you in here, as we can see in these photos, our private industry, community partners like Tucson Clean and Beautiful, and the residents of this city whose energy and excitement have made all of these achievements possible. So take a quick look at all of these great metrics. One thing I really wanted to highlight is that we're including data from multiple partners around the community, because Tucson Million Trees and the Urban Forestry Program are not going to happen and be successful without partnerships in our community. So just as an example, for trees planted here, a large portion of this is thanks to our community partners, TEP and Tucson Clean and Beautiful. Really only a couple thousand of these were planted internally on our public lands. And this, of course, is not a critique of our departments, but just a reflection on both where we can improve and how important these partnerships in our community are. All right, next slide. All right, looking forward and next steps. In 2022, we have a lot of ambitious goals to meet as well, and we're already really just doing great on some of these. One is the completion of part 1 of the Community Forest Action Plan, which is going to be the City of Tucson tree standards and best practices. This is going to be a document which includes not only nationally recognized guidelines for tree work, but is also highly attuned to our unique Sonoran desert conditions. This will give us a tool to hold not only ourselves, but also our contractors and anyone else who is doing tree work in the city to a set of very clear expectations related to tree work, and create benchmarks that, again, we can very clearly track and hold ourselves accountable to. These tree standards and best practices can also be used as educational and outreach tools to help improve tree conditions citywide and in our region. We will also be completing, hopefully, fingers crossed, a tree inventory of all of our city maintained trees. The RFP has been out and closed, and that process is ongoing. And just some highlights from what this will bring to our city. Data from the tree inventory will be integrated into all of our city asset management platforms, so we can link directly tree work and all of the actions to our tree inventory. It can, of course, also grow and expand. And this is also an exciting tool that could be made available to the public to better interact with, understand, and get involved with our urban forestry efforts. As I mentioned before, we're also looking to expand our training opportunities to both staff, all tree staff, and our contractors. I'm currently in conversation with Smartscape as one of our existing excellent community partners, that we may be able to expand those opportunities to all city staff. So we're also, as Tim mentioned, looking to grow a tree nursery at the Los Reales Sustainability Campus. This will improve our access to quality tree stock, grow prioritized trees, and increase just the sheer quantity of trees we need for city projects. And of course, we have many more Tucson Million Trees planting projects coming up this year. We're also looking at just kind of reviewing all of our contracts, and again, really doing a deep dive on where we are with all tree work in the city. Long term, our vision for community forest really comes back to our original mission, right? We need to be continuously growing our internal capacity for strong and impactful work related to trees, both to meet the ambitious goals of Tucson Million Trees and beyond. We really are looking to meet tree equity, so reaching a score of 100 for every neighborhood here in Tucson, and we will be doing that by focusing in our planting efforts in our highest need communities. We will be continuing to develop our expertise on increasing climate resilience with trees and green space from now and well into the future. And I just wanted to highlight that just yesterday, there was a new study released by the Hippo Insurance Group, ranking Tucson as the third best city in America for climate change resilience. And they specifically cited Tucson Million Trees as one of the factors that impacted that determination. So folks are really starting to notice our work, and I'm really looking forward to harnessing all this excitement and energy and working with all of you as we move forward in meeting these goals. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and go back into any more sections for more detail.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I think you did a brilliant job. Thank you so much for all of the work that you and our tree team, as well as our city manager, our assistant city manager, everyone that has been a part of this, including council. I did want to open it with a couple of questions, and then I do see Councilmember Dahl, his hand is up. But one of the issues in terms of the city of Tucson being concerned about, right? And this is something that both Councilmember Kozlacek and I have been for years, even before, when I was serving as a council member for Ward 1, is the injury that happens to trees when landscaping crews are not well trained on whether it's a tree or another type of plant or bush that provides, for example, pollinator plants. We've been going through some years that we don't have a process. So I know that you are working on a training program to take a hold of this concern. Do you have a particular timeline that you're working with or thinking of? Because I saw your map that it includes many departments and a lot of landscaping companies that are contracting with different departments within the city of Tucson. How are you planning on creating a timeline for that training program?
Yes, it is complicated to say the least. And I have all intentions to, by the end of 2020, not only implement our training program and have that laid out, but also have our best practices and standards set and in place. And I stress that just because it's very difficult to hold people accountable to anything without something to hold them accountable to. So without these best practices and standards, we can make individual requests of contractors, which I have done several times now. We can train up our staff, but without something to hold them accountable to, we can start to see ourselves coming back to some of these same issues again and again, right? So I am very much aiming to have both of those components done this year, really as soon as possible.
And I do see some hands up, so I will give the floor to Councilmember Dahl, then Councilmember Santa Cruz, then Councilmember Kozachik.
Nicole, I'm in complete awe and very appreciative of your work and the work of the team, the great work of Trees for Tucson and all the partners. Mayor, for your vision and fundraising to get this off the ground. This program makes me happier than many programs. The solution to a lot of my question is plant more trees, and anything I can do to help, Nicole. I'm going to give you one harebrained idea because I need to do that whenever I talk. I first started planting trees when I was in school, and it was a foundational event for me, and I planted trees all my life. And we have a lot of students. I remember also in school we would do experiments with beans. Can we get into the curriculum and have kids plant tree seeds and planting at school or taking them home? I think it's so important for our youth to learn that trees are so essential to our life. And one other comment. I was recently at a park master plan event, and the neighbors were actually very pleased with the Parks and Recreation's planning efforts and the planning efforts of the design team. One asked, when we put in trees, can we put in big trees? And one of the designers said, it's harder and harder as Tucson starts planting trees to find big trees to plant. So it seems to me essential to get the nursery off the ground as soon as possible so that we can start growing up the trees that we'll need. Again, thanks so much for your efforts.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. I think we've all, been, anxiously awaiting, having somebody like you coordinating all the work. I can't tell you how many times I've been called about trees getting butchered. We had our own landscaping at the Ward 1 office, having our ocotillos completely wrongly trimmed. And so it's so important that we have, this internal team doing a lot of the training and education so that we can take care of this investment, that we're putting in our community. I remember taking the Smartscape course a couple of years back, and it was so, it was just so illuminating, the makeup of trees, how I really understood, even when you landscape, how you honor them the way that you would, the human body when you would have to, like when we do cut our hair, cut our nails, or when, Lord forbid that one of our limbs has to come off, that you have to be very intentional about it. And there's a whole science behind it. So thank you for that work. I also want to share that our office, along with Councilmember Fimbres and the mayor, are, investing a lot of our GSI money into revegetating 12th Avenue. It's one of the corridors, in our shared district that has no green infrastructure. And so I want to thank, my colleagues and the mayor for having, this vision. And even though we, a lot of this work should have been happening 20 years ago, we're making sure that we're investing in our future. So thank you all for the work. I'm really, really excited, and similar to Councilmember Dahl, any way that we can help support, we're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, thank you. And Nicole, just so that if you don't already, the GSI program is one of the most popular things that we've got going right now. And neighborhoods all over the ward, but all over the city are really glomming onto that, and they're just loving it. So thank you for your support of that. As far as the tree standards are concerned, bless you for putting that effort together, because as the mayor said, for a dozen years now, we've been scratching our heads when we see somebody who was asked to go out and, quotes, trim a tree, cut it off at the base. And that's not hypothetical. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we've been seeing. And so, one would intuitively hope that tree standards are a little less, get your loppers out and cut it off at ground level and consider that a trimming. But that's really going to be important to get in place standardization. In the context of tree standards, though, and this, I guess my comments fit best within the 2020 Next Steps plan slide. Something else that I'd like you to consider. About 4 years ago, there was a group called Water Casa, and they surveyed 96 different regional experts. And the goal was to look at our low water plant list and get an update on that. Developers are allowed to use a certain palette of plants when they go out to a project site. And that 96 groups included groups such as they had botanists, and they had Wheat Sharf Design, they had Watershed Management Group, Tohono Chul. There were like 96 of them. And they concluded 4 years ago that the list needed updating, and that there were far too many plants that require a 3-year on-ramp of supplemental irrigation that were included in that. And what happened was that some of the nurseries here in town lobbied ADWR, and they held it up, and they've held it up for 4 years. It's been sort of languishing on our own Landscape Advisory Committee agenda for that long as well. Now, the survey was for our entire AMA, and that's the reason ADWR could weigh in. But they can't prevent us from updating our own local low water use plant list. And so, since it hasn't advanced within our Landscape Advisory Committee for that long, and now we have you and your team in place for looking at urban forestry, I would love to see your team kind of take that on as well, as just to review what the study's recommendations were, and I'll forward those recommendations to you and to Fatima and to the rest of to the clerk to share with the rest of the council offices. And I understand that the nurseries they're going to have an inventory that they need to burn off, but we can allow an off ramp and still update the list. And so I'll get the survey results, realizing they're 4 years old, but if anything, it's more urgent now than it was 4 years ago to take a second look at the low water use list. And so those are my thoughts, and thank you for the work that you and your team are doing.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions and then a possible suggestion. First and most importantly, I wanted to thank our private partners that have invested more than $500,000 in the Tucson Million Trees Initiative in partnership with Tucson Clean and Beautiful. And I just want to be able to mention them because of them, we have been able to plant the million trees that we want to. Just want to correct the record that the city of Tucson does not have a dedicated fund for purchasing trees. That has all been done privately with the help of Circle K, Chapman Automotive, Hamstra Heating and Cooling, Swire Coca-Cola, Tucson Electric Power, Mr. Car Wash, Kinder Morgan, Arbor Day Foundation, Tucson Parks Foundation, Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, and others are lining up to help with this. So I would suggest that we start thinking about the possibility of dedicating some city funds to tree planting and or seeding, no pun intended, seeding the nursery over at Los Reales Sustainability Campus so that we can start continue to generate and grow our trees for the future. The other thing that I would suggest is how are we keeping a tally of the private plantings happening through the development process, both commercial and residential? I don't know, and you could, clear this up for me, Nicole. Are we counting the private plantings? Because Planning and Development Services, I know, requires for tree planting and landscaping design in commercial and residential and other types of development. Are we counting those trees?
So those numbers are not reflected in these totals as of this moment. I'm working with PDS right now to figure out what the best and most accurate way to capture those numbers.
So 45,000 trees does not reflect the private plantings that Planning and Development Services requires all development to have.
Correct.
Okay, so we're working on that.
Absolutely, and it really is coming down to getting an accurate count, because what's submitted in a plan certainly does not always reflect what actually happens on the ground.
Okay, and we're going to go back to the beginning of 2021 to count those that have been planted since the Tucson Million Trees initiative first started?
I can certainly make my best effort to make that happen.
Okay, alrighty, because I mean, let's be realistic, the work that we're doing is incredible, but we need private partnerships to get to 1 million trees by 2030. That's our goal.
Absolutely.
And so what I'd like for you to work with Planning and Development Services, Parks and Recreation, all of the outside of the Tucson Million Trees initiative effort that is privately funded, I would like to have the numbers that are privately planted and even within our own departments at Parks and Rec, et cetera. So that's something that should happen, and so that we can get a more accurate count of what really is being planted. Related to that, I know that you've all worked together with Fatima, who's my climate and sustainability advisor, Fatima Luna, to create a tree counter website that the community could actually go in and let us know how many trees they're planting. I mean, every time I'm out and about, people like to share. I think people are excited about the Tucson Million Trees initiative, and people just share with me, like, I planted 5 trees the other day and I planted, 4 trees in my backyard. And so can we promote that website? I think we have it, but can we promote it so that the community can feel that they can jump in there and report the trees they've planted themselves?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. And I've gotten some really lovely stories from people as they've been using that tool, submitting their trees and just telling me how much they love this and how it's reflective of, their own cultures and histories. And so yeah, that's a great idea.
Do you have the website with you? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do we have the website so that we can share with the council and with the public?
Sure. Should I send that in an email or just drop it in the chat?
You can drop it in the chat and say it verbally.
Okay, so the website is very easy. It's climateaction.tucsonaz.gov. And then from there, it's very easy to navigate to the Tucson Million page on there. And then there's a tab that says report your tree. And it's pretty straightforward from there.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the report. Thank you, Tim, Mr. Manager, and Nicole. One of the reasons why we wanted to make sure we had this particular conversation as an update is because the next conversation, the Native Plant Preservation Ordinance update that we're going to be talking about, and that Councilmember Kozachik and Councilmember Dahl brought to our attention, underneath the urban forestry program is a possibility of partnering with so many departments within the city of Tucson, but very importantly for the MPPO, with planning and development services. So wanted to put the bigger picture and the vision of what the urban forestry program is so that we can go into the conversation of the Native Plant Preservation Ordinance, thinking about what we've been working on so far. So with that, we're moving on to the next item, which is item 6. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to provide feedback on proposed amendments to the Native Plant Preservation Ordinance. And I'd like to offer an opportunity to open to my colleagues that requested this item, which is Councilmember Kozachik and Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. It was great to see the NPPO listed in the kind of array of programs that Nicole has in her crosshairs there. So that was cool. I want to start by simply saying that staff's memo really made the point as to why I and Kevin wanted this review. And just reading a couple sentences from the memo, one is the current permitting system does not include straightforward tracking mechanisms, so precise numbers of reviews is not known. It says on-site monitoring at the expense of the developer is rarely done. It says a final report 1 year after inspection has not been routinely enforced to date. And finally, it references Troy Goodwin's, it calls it a study, and here is actually a thesis, revealed that 100% of plan submittals failed to meet the requirements. And I'm going to build on that point a little bit. But first of all, reality check, resources and staff is limited. And we have to policy prioritize conversations. And if NPPO and rainwater harvesting and all of that become priorities, then we need to have the conversation about what areas may suffer, may fall back in the queue. With respect to NPPO, the city adopted our ordinance in 1997. That's 25 years ago. And the purpose of the ordinance was to protect selective native plants from development and to preserve the character of the Sonoran Desert. A couple of months ago, we took a fresh look at our commercial rainwater harvesting ordinance, like I just mentioned, and we found that it wasn't being enforced properly. Staff is saying the same thing with respect to NPPO. In 2001, Troy Goodwin actually wrote a thesis as a master of landscape architecture at the U of A on the effectiveness of the NPPO. We actually looked at our ordinance as it was about 5 years old at the time. And as I just read, his conclusion was that among the sites that he studied, every site failed in meeting all the requirements imposed by the NPPO. A couple of other conclusions he mentioned: 30 to 50% of mature viable vegetation is not being preserved. Remember, this was in 2001. 60% of the sites in the study, I'm quoting from his thesis, 60% of the sites in the study were noted as containing obvious errors regarding either an error in mitigation calculations, wrong species being planted, or incorrect identification of a species on the plant inventory. And finally, the city will, this is quoting again, the city will never be able to determine whether these sites initially met the requirements due to a lack of enforcement and accurate record keeping. And that all sounds very much like what the rainwater harvesting review that we did a couple of weeks ago or a month ago concluded. Coincidentally, tonight on our consent agenda, we have the Black Hawk Ranch development project. It's another flexible lot development, another FLD. I had asked about the validating their claims as to the number of viable plants, whether or not we verified their plant inventory. They're proposing that we preserve 0 plants in place on this development, and whether or not we're going to go back in a year and do the annual checks. And the answer was that we don't have the staff to do it. Goodwin uncovered several procedural, enforcement, and clarity flaws. And my concern is that if the NPPO is going to have value, then we need to address those. Another one of the concerns that I had asking Kevin to partner in this was the NPPO lists 29 protected native plants. Only 30% of them have to stay on site, except for saguaros and ironwood, and developers have to leave 50% of those on site. So we're 25 years deeper into climate change now, and those 25 years, I think we have to question whether or not those numbers, if they were ever valid, are appropriate now, that we allow developers to go in and blade 50% of the saguaro, 50% of the ironwood, and 70% of the other 27 protected species. In the, I think, the subtext of the mayor's climate action plan, and I think we all agree here, is that open space conservation is an investment. It produces economic benefits. And the reality is that people come from all over the world to visit saguaro national monuments, east and west. And an indirect benefit of our properly enforcing the NPPO is reduced water use. You know, the more native plants that are included in the landscape plan, the less dependent that landscape becomes on irrigation. So I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. We have 3 experts that he's going to introduce, and but just conclude by saying that I believe we need to really take a deep dive into why the NPPO is not being effectively administered, and whether it still makes sense to allow destruction of 50 to 70% of the native plants that are called out in the ordinance. So Kevin, your show.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for initiating this, and thanks for your insights. So like Steve, like all of us, you know, I just love the Sonoran Desert. Tucson's, just in general, are so proud of and protective of our wonderful cactus trees and other native plants. But as we continue to develop, we must make sure that these plants are protected and incorporated into our urban landscape. There's several laws that do this, including our Native Plant Protection Ordinance, but we have control over this. And it was an excellent memo. It makes really good sense to review this and plan for better implementation and perhaps some revisions. But for today's study session, I'm pleased to introduce 3 experts. They're expert in the plants, not necessarily in the law. Their work to understand these plants, teach about them, and develop ways to protect and restore the desert is amazing, as you'll see. This is up-to-date information, cutting-edge science, which will lay the foundation to start our discussion on how we move forward. Today we hear from Don Swan, who's Park Service biologist at our beloved Saguaro National Park. Steve called it, like many of us do, Saguaro National Monument, but it was upgraded in the 80s, and only the old-timers know it as Saguaro National Monument. But Don's been there as a biologist for 2.5 decades. Dr. Ben Wilder has been director of the Desert Laboratory on Tumamoc Hill since 2016, which, in addition to being a cultural landscape where many of us hike, is the longest studied patch of Sonoran Desert in the world. Jonathan Horst oversees impressive projects to restore degraded riparian and fire-ravaged Sonoran Desert areas as the Director of Conservation and Research for the Tucson Audubon Society. So gentlemen, I turn it over to you and your slideshow. I'm not sure, clerk, whether you were showing it or whether they are sharing their screen. Oh, it's already there.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's an honor to be talking with you about this topic and to provide some perspective and some information on the native plants of which this ordinance is focused on. So I'm, as Kevin introduced, very honored to be speaking with you with both Don Swan and Jonathan Horst. And Don and I are going to start the presentation with talking about the icon of the West, the saguaro, and the inferences that we have, a brief overview of 115 plus years of saguaro research, and then Jonathan will be able to speak more about additional keystone members of our Sonoran Desert flora. So the research on saguaros in many ways starts here at the Desert Laboratory on Tumamoc Hill, established in 1903 by the Carnegie Institution. I think it's incredibly important to recognize and acknowledge that both the entire Sonoran Desert and specifically Tumamoc Hill is a cultural landscape upon which millennia of interface and interactions with many native Sonoran Desert flora, but especially the saguaro, have existed. And the very saguaros and the data I may be talking to is done on individuals that were harvested their fruit prior to the establishment of the Desert Lab. The focus of this presentation and our remarks will be focused kind of on a Western scientific perspective, though it's the larger context and the cultural framework of the importance of native plants and saguaros goes far beyond this Western science data. In 1908, every single saguaro on the property was mapped by lab scientist Volney Spalding, which set the backdrop of our long-term data. And so this makes the 6,000 plus saguaros that we track to today the longest studied saguaro population in the world. The scientific name for the saguaro, Carnegie gigantea, is anchored in the roots of the Desert Laboratory and its establishment by Andrew Carnegie. These roots are also vivid in the saguaro forest and the large extent of protected lands of Saguaro National Park, East and West, established in 1933, and then made a Saguaro National Monument, all based on the land purchased by previous president of the University of Arizona and botanist, I may add, Homer Shantz, in his conservation and very forward-looking action of conservation of massive amounts of saguaros, which was anchored in his understanding and concern of the future of the saguaro based on science he was learning from researchers at the Desert Laboratory. In brief, this research has been carried over through generations these are just several of many key individuals that have added to this knowledge, both within Saguaro National Park, here at the Desert Laboratory, and really throughout the landscape where the saguaro exists, well into Mexico with active collaborations with many Mexican scientists. This is a generational network of work, but just a little bit of context, saguaros are incredibly long-lived species, and this work puts them in the context of really being a model species to understand the changes of the Sonoran Desert, much as we hear about Arabidopsis or fruit flies being model species for knowledge of great inner workings of systems. The saguaro is becoming that for our desert. But I like to put the caveat that within a long-lived species, such as a saguaro, which gets easily to at least 200 years old, 175, rarely beyond 200, 115 years of saguaro research doesn't even eclipse the lifespan of a single saguaro. And so while we think we may know a little bit, we are constantly humbled. And again, the cultural context of interactions with this species far surpass the 115 years of data we'll be talking about now. So with a couple more insights into what do we know about saguaro ecology, I'll pass this over to Don.
Thank you, Ben, and I'm also really honored to be invited here today. So I just wanted to say just a few words about what we've learned through this multi-generational research on saguaros and their ecology and their meaning here in the Tucson area. You can go to the next slide, please. You know, the first is that saguaros are really a keystone species for the Sonoran Desert. And by that, we mean that many other species depend on it. More than 14 different kinds of birds will nest in saguaros. And then the fruit arrives at a time of year where many animals are deprived of fruit. It's very hot and dry. And so for white-winged doves and desert tortoises and javelina, even mule deer really depend on saguaros for their food. Next slide. Another thing that's really important to consider when we're talking about saguaros is just how slowly they grow, and we know that because we've been measuring saguaros at Tucson Hill and in Saguaro National Park now for many years, and so we know that a saguaro that's 1 inch tall is probably going to be in the Tucson area between 6 and 8 years old. When it's a foot tall, it's going to be between 17 and 27 years old, so very slow growing and doesn't often reach reproductive age until they're 60 years or more. So and then they live to be 150 or 200 years. Next slide. Another thing we've learned is that for saguaros to survive, they really need to be protected by other plants in the community. So they really depend on these other Sonoran Desert plants, whether it's Palo Verde in this slide or mesquite trees or a whole host of desert plants. Saguaros are really dependent upon them. They will also be sheltered by rocks, but it's primarily these nurse plants, we call them, that protect them from the heat in the summer, from the cold in the winter. They provide extra soil moisture and protection from grazing animals. Go ahead with the next slide. The other thing that is really important to understand is that the establishment of young saguaros, what we call recruitment, is episodic. And so by episodic, we mean we do not get a crop of saguaros every year. More often, depending on the area, we might get a crop of saguaros every 5 to 10 years. Saguaros really increase when we have just kind of the ideal weather conditions, which are typically some cooler summers and then rainy periods where you have like a good rainy winter followed by a good rainy summer followed by another good rainy winter. In other words, several years in a row where precipitation is a little bit higher, and that's when we tend to get a lot of saguaros. Next. Because we've been measuring saguaros for so many years, we can estimate the year that a saguaro germinates based on how tall it is. So we can measure the saguaro and then just say, yeah, this saguaro most likely germinated around 1993 or 1981. So we can get insight into what periods of time we have more generation of new saguaros. Next slide. And is there a missing slide here with the graph? Is that the next one? Yeah, so this is just this is the only graph I'll show. This is just showing on the bottom on the bottom axis is just a year going back to 1848, and then just how many saguaros of the 21,000 saguaros that we measured last year during our saguaro census that we do every 10 years at Saguaro National Park. In those 2,100,000 saguaros, you can see that there was a peak of establishment somewhere between the late 1970s and the early 1990s. We had a really nice, cooler, wetter period during the 1980s that lasted into the early 1990s. Since then, the number of new saguaros coming into the population has really declined dramatically, again, primarily because we've been in this extended drought since the mid-1990s. So, we hope that changes, but that's the current situation. And then finally, we just want to mention that something we're discovering about saguaros is that they're really good at sequestering carbon, taking CO2 out of the atmosphere and depositing it in the soil. A large saguaro may sequester as much as 100 pounds of calcium carbonate when it dies. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ben.
Cool, thanks, Don. So we also wanted to take a moment and to address threats and challenges. Some of these may be a bit more specific to saguaros, but many of them can be applied a bit more broadly. And I think one of the biggest questions I know that I have is, are there thresholds in this hotter and drier future, and where do they exist? The images you see on the screen here are actually, as I was walking the slopes here of Tucson this last summer during just at the onset of the monsoons, I was in the presence of, this happened 3 different occasions when a saguaro lost a very large branch or arm when I was within the vicinity of it, and thinking how long it took for those arms to develop. Quite startling to witness that, and leading to the question is, is there mortality events happening now? Is that just part of a larger senescence? These plants occur in these episodic recruitments periodically, as Don described, and they accordingly die at similar times. So our long-term data sets will begin to address this. But larger questions, where are these thresholds as we enter the larger onsets of climate change and in our region, a hotter and drier future? Just a couple very snippets to address that. Some evidence is definitely showing that saguaros are blooming earlier due to warmer temperature, but that's not across the board. And we know that saguaros can be fairly plastic in their flowering responses. I think a good example of that is the side blooming that we saw last year after a period of 18 months of drought and a fairly large or robust flowering. More data definitely needs to be compiled, and this is a perfect example where community science is a wonderful tool to measure that. A concern that's being shared in the Phoenix region is that, and also is the mortality of a lot of old individuals within the city. This video of that tumbling saguaro was actually just recently shared with me from a citizen of Phoenix. Our collaborators at the Desert Botanical Garden believe that extreme high nighttime temperatures due to the urban heat island effect and climate change may be leading to higher saguaro mortality in urban settings. I think it's something for us to certainly be on the lookout here in the Tucson Valley. I believe the mayor and council have been very well educated on the impacts of bufflegrass and the role of fire in our region. Unfortunately, I think it's important to report that the wonderful monsoon rains we received last summer in 2021 also led to a quite extensive expanse and population expansion of bufflegrass. I know in the case here of Tumamoc Hill and other areas, in some cases, eclipsing and going beyond conservation and control gains we had made in prior years, and making the larger control of bufflegrass quite complicated. It's also important to note that the fires, increase in fires in our region we're seeing is not isolated to higher elevations. This is a schematic that just shows the present conditions and then a future scenario, which we're quickly getting into, where we have expanded fire fronts on our slopes of our mountains, where fires are no longer contained within the oak woodlands and above pine oak forest environments. And they are increasingly seen in the desert, which is a fairly novel situation. And this is driven by the presence of non-native invasive grasses, both bufflegrass, fountaingrass, and other non-native shrubs that are coming in, which especially are promoted after very wet seasons. And then the drying out of the landscape, especially in the arid forest summer, and then the ability for fires to either begin in the desert and work their way upslope, or to begin in the forest and work their way downslope. This is research that we undertook after the Bighorn fire to better understand really what were the dynamics driving the Bighorn fire, which showed us that we kind of had a near miss with that fire, to tell you the truth, where it was largely driven by native species, but we see an expanding front of these non-native species, which will increase fire regimes across the landscape, unfortunately likely coupling upper slope fires with low slope novel fires, which is a situation we're quite concerned of. I will pause our remarks there, and at this point transition the comments over to Dr. Horst.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to continue this presentation. Saguaros, very understandably, get all of the attention as the iconic cultural, religious, and economic symbol for our region. And as we've heard, they're incredibly valuable as an ecological member of the Sonoran Desert. So much so, Tucson Audubon and some of our partners have just started a 3-year project attempting to get 14,000 new saguaros out on the landscape in post-burn areas and in areas where we expect their niche to expand to. But they're really just one piece of the Sonora Desert puzzle. And especially in terms of sustainable urban livability for people and wildlife, they kind of take a backseat to a number of the other native plants. So let's start with ironwood trees. Many of them live 800 years. Some may even live up to 1500 years. And then after they die, their trunks can remain as ghosts on the landscape for another 1,000 years, slowly decaying. They're a critical nurse tree for many different species, including the saguaro, and you can see one growing just to the right of the ironwood trunk in this image. They facilitate the growth and spread of other plants because they improve the soil. They're a legume, so they're fixing nitrogen and making the soil better. And if you have ever looked at the soil underneath an ironwood, all the leaves that they shed every year, it's some of the best soil that you're going to find out on the desert floor. And also, similar to what Don had mentioned, they are modulating the temperature extremes. They're reducing the highs and they're raising the low temperatures, making things more able to grow well underneath them. Desert ironwoods interact with over 500 other species of plants and animals. And because they're so taproot driven, they're exceptionally difficult to transplant. The velvet mesquite tree, as far as trees go in the Tucson Basin, they are hands down the most important tree as habitat for other species. They provide all the standard roles as a nurse plant, but they're also a legume, so they're improving the soil directly by adding nitrogen. And they're super taproot driven. And there's one other important benefit that they have for facilitating other plants, but you have to understand the nature of the taproot first. So if you've tried to pull up a little 4-inch mesquite out of your yard, you know that that already has a foot-long taproot. It's difficult to pull up. That ratio doesn't stay throughout its entire life, but they have actually the longest known roots in the world are from velvet mesquite trees. The really cool thing that they do to facilitate other plants growing is that they actively cycle water up and down. When it's really wet during the monsoon season or a wet summer, or sorry, a wet winter, they're taking surface water and planting it deep. And then during the dry time of the year, they're using that taproot and lateral roots from deep in the soil and bringing that water back up, and they have leaky surface roots. And so they can create more moisture at that surface level, facilitating all of the plants that are growing underneath them. And that's just really cool. As a bit of editorializing, it's just amazing that they're very actively facilitating the growth of other plants, not just by creating humidity and everything else, but by watering the other plants. There are a whole bunch of other plants that are important nurse plants, including palo verdes and triangle leaf bursage, like the plants in the foreground of this image. Even though they're fairly short, they're one of the most critical nurse plants for a bunch of other species of cactus, including the prickly pears and barrels and hedgehogs and pincushions. Subshrubs and cryptobiotic soils, trees and saguaros obviously get all the attention. And if you're only going to be able to work on one aspect, I mean, most of my job is focused on restoring degraded landscapes. So if you're only going to be able to focus on one thing, you focus on the trees. It's the most important piece. But if you're able to be looking at what you can preserve, then all the little things are important too. They only recruit or establish very periodically, maybe once a decade. And a lot of these little shrubs can live close to 100 years. They lessen the erosive power of rainfall. They hold soils in place against erosion. They create leaf litter and keep organic material in place. And even the cryptocrusts increase the soil's ability to infiltrate water. And from an urban heat island context, all of these aspects are really important because they help make our urban environment more livable. So let's talk about timelines, right? How long does it take to recreate a semblance of the Sonoran Desert on a bladed area? If we start with saguaros, the first picture on the left are some little seedlings. The second picture is 5 years old, grown in a not quite as good as a nursery environment, but grown with a lot of loving and attention. It takes about 60 years before they become reproductively mature and start flowering and fruiting. And so it's providing all of its ecological roles on the landscape. 100+ years, easy, 200 years, maybe, till you get to be a big behemoth saguaro that's doing everything that we really want. So our regeneration timeline for restoring a bladed piece of habitat is 150 years at an absolute minimum. Transplanting native plants in the Sonoran Desert is doable, usually, not always, but they're rarely as healthy, and they always require more water and resources than if they were able to be preserved in place. It's a basic ecological fact that nursery stock is not going to be as healthy as seed-grown in situ plants, just due to root structures, beneficial fungal associations, and plant facilitation. So all of this is to say, recreating the intact desert takes multiple lifetimes, and the only way to effectively shorten that timeline is to preserve as much of what's already in place as possible. And that is it for my presentation.
So
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just wanted to, Councilmember Kozachik and Dahl, I just wanted to call attention to the time. We've been going for about 25 minutes. That's fine. I was just saying how cool it is to know all this detail about our desert. So just wanted to call time and then allow for some questions and continued conversation.
Okay, thank you. And yes, to the time. So I find that stuff absolutely fascinating, and I really respect the science behind everything that these guys are bringing forward. As to the timelines, and that it takes to regenerate what we frankly are allowing to be bladed under right now, we're talking about generations beyond when anybody who's sitting in this call right now is going to be around to enjoy it. That's the reason that the enforcement of the NPPO is such a fundamentally important policy, because the enforcement of this policy will affect generations beyond us. The nurse plants particularly are important from my perspective, because we're allowing 70% of them to be destroyed by the terms and conditions of our own NPPO right now. We're allowing 50% of the saguaro and ironwood to be destroyed right now. And those numbers are, so we have two things that I'm concerned about right now, and I'll turn it over to Kevin and then the rest of the colleagues. Number one is enforcement. And I get there's a staffing issue, and I understand all that. And so I'll turn that over to the city manager to respond to, because it's a zero-sum game. You do something over here, it's going to take away from something over there. The other thing, though, is the table numbers. To continue to allow by policy destruction of 70% of the nurse plants and 50% of the saguaro and ironwood, to me, is just unconscionable. And so I don't know if that falls under Nicole's bailiwick right now, but I think that those are two fundamental pieces of this that we have to get our arms around. Not today in this study session, but they're the reasons that I think this is such an important issue. And Kevin, I'll let you close it out and open it up to everyone else.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, we don't have a specific proposal now, and I think we're going to want to throw it to the city manager. Lovely idea to have Nicole involved. There is a direct connection there, and but we need to do something maybe in the context of the budget process when we get to that. Maybe in the context of the climate action plan. I'm eager to see, this solved as soon as possible, but we should take the time to make sure we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. Just some brief reflections from the presentation. I think that we always make time and elevate the stories of like Western European scientists and their read of the landscape. And we talked a lot about like the cultural what the saguaros, what this desert life vegetation means to these lands. And we say all that and at the same time erase, the stories, the history of our original people in this habitat, and that is our, Tohono O'odham relatives, as well as our Pascuayaqui relatives and other people that have traveled and traversed through here and have sought refuge from this landscape. And so I would appreciate if any further conversations, and as we're talking about our desert habitat and what it means, that we center the stories and experiences of our Indigenous relatives, because they have another layer to share about what it means. And so for me, this presentation just kind of scratches the surface on that, and that I think this mayor and council should do a better job of acknowledging and bringing those experiences, that science, into how we treat and make plans around our desert habitat.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate the perspective, and it's important to center the history and the culture of the desert people in these conversations. I appreciate periodic reviews of our ordinances, our programs, what we do in our departments. I actually believe in adaptive management, and I really appreciate that Councilmember Kazachek and Dahl are thinking about that, right? And how we connect all of the dots with our climate action planning efforts and our Tucson Million Trees Initiative and our urban forestry program, because our saguaros and the native plants and vegetation in our desert are part of our urban forest. And so how we plan to include all of it in how we continue living in this desert, beautiful Sonoran desert that we call home, is important. So it's important to think about it holistically, and make sure that we're planning on how we connect all these dots to the climate action plan. Also, by the way, based on the memo that Planning and Development Services presented to us, how do we make sure that when mayor and council request policy and require certain things to be done in a department, how do we make sure that they are being done? And it is the responsibility, I believe, of the directors of our departments to call attention when something is not working, when something is not being instituted because of lack of staff or because it's not working. That's why adaptive management is so important, and systems approaches are so important to have things work in our community. This is a fascinating conversation, but I support review of our ordinances. I also support making sure that mayor and council policy is being followed in departments. And I'm looking forward to Planning and Development Services coming back. I believe they had requested it, but coming back maybe the second meeting in May to talk to us about Planning and Development Services long-term planning and staffing, and needs in that department that we need to make sure that as mayor and council, we're hearing from the department director and their staff as to what are the needs to make sure that that department is instituting all of the policy that mayor and council want to see happen. But very importantly is that one of the biggest issues and responsibilities that planning and development services has is development in our city. And if that is working, and if that those systems are moving in a fluid manner. So with that, I don't know if my other colleagues have any input, feedback, or questions to the presenters. Alrighty, well, thank you so much for bringing this item to us, Councilmember Kozachik, Councilmember Udall. Appreciate it. If there's no other commentary, we're moving on to the next item, which is item 7. Thank you to the presenters for your incredible presentations. Really appreciate having you here. So we move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the Housing First program, efforts to address homelessness, and the progress of housing unsheltered persons. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to kick it off or if we should have our wonderful Housing Community Development Department Director, Liz Morales, open it up.
Sure, Mayor. I'll just turn it over to Liz. Liz Morales. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Manager.
you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. It's a pleasure to be back to speak on this important topic of homelessness and our Housing First program and the updates that we have. I will quickly share the presentation. Mayor, if you can confirm that you can see the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just as an introduction, we, as you know, Mayor and Council, some of our council members weren't part of council back on January 2020, which a retreat was held, and at that retreat, the position of Housing First was created, because this approach of Housing First is a proven track record and validated research on a national level that says providing Housing First with wraparound services is the most effective in addressing homelessness. In addition, Mayor and Council, you directed staff to purchase a hotel and other sites to replicate the program that was put into place during COVID to protect the most vulnerable persons. With the hiring of Brandy Champion as the Housing First Director in December 2021, she has successfully implemented the vision and direction of Mayor and Council and opened our sites in February and began placing persons and families into these sites with her team. The presentation today is a follow-up to the presentation that was held on March 8th to give a 45-day update. And the first, just to go over quickly on the agenda item, we will cover 3 areas. First is the update on our efforts with Housing First. Second is around a centralized phone number for persons who are in crisis or experiencing homelessness. And third is additional efforts. And we are fortunate today to have some guest speakers, which include Tom Litwicky from OPCS and 4 of our guests that are residing at the Wildcat Inn. For the Housing First update, and I do this on behalf of Brandy Champion, we have 3 sites. I did add another hotel that we have that Brandy's team has been utilizing for emergency shelter. But between the 4 sites, we've been able to serve 132 people. Currently, there are 88 still staying in our sites. We've had a total of 44 persons who've exited, and of those who've exited, the 44, we know that 84% went into housing and 19% either returned to homelessness or it's unknown where they landed. I do want to say a little bit about our approach at these sites. These sites are considered low barrier, which is a little bit different than some of our traditional shelters. Traditional congregate shelters often have restrictions on residents, which could include sobriety requirements, pet restrictions, gender restrictions, also around couples not being able to be housed in the same location. With these sites, especially the Wildcat Inn, shelter is low barrier, and there are few rules around protecting self and others and property, which are reasonable and not difficult to follow. Household composition is what participants state is and what it is, and we work really hard to keep our households together, and we've been able to do that. We are pet friendly within reason, and the resources that are brought on site for the participants, and no one has to leave during the day. The average stay at the city-run shelters is little longer than traditional shelters, which is usually 3 to 21 days. We work with the clients from document collection all the way through to housing in a permanent location. The end goal for all of our guests is to enter permanent housing. The statement that housing is the solution to homelessness cannot be understated. Some do require long-term supports, which is the model for permanent supportive housing, which we operate here in Tucson in various projects. This is the model for long-term stability for those who have high need and chronic individuals and families. So I want to just touch on the retention. As I mentioned, 88 have remained housed. And looking at the exits, I mentioned 84% of the 44 who have left already went into housing. In our local data, we know that people who leave emergency shelter, 27% are going to permanent housing. Again, this is not necessarily a bad thing for emergency shelter, but emergency shelters typically don't have a high rate of going into permanent housing. Also talking about permanent supportive housing, the model I just spoke about, 96% of those who reside in permanent housing either remain in house or exit to another permanent destination. So our goal with our sites is one, to be low barrier housing first, and exiting people either to permanent placements where they can that they can be successful, or getting them into permanent supportive housing where they can also be highly successful and stable. The services that we're providing at our sites are listed on this slide. I want to highlight some positive things that have happened. We've been able to resolve warrants with our collaboration with our city court, and I want to thank them for their work. Also bringing on El Rio medical services on site. Our staff assist with behavioral health services enrollment, and also a focus on resume building and employment services are just some of those services that we have. I also want to highlight, yes.
I hate to interrupt you, but you're showing us what we're seeing is your notes, and we're not seeing presentation mode. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that you were showing us your notes, and it's not on presentation mode. So
thank you for letting me know that. I was not aware of that. Okay. Let me I have two screens and it's messing me up, so I apologize, Mayor. Let me get myself back together here.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just wanted to make sure.
Okay. That is the right thing, and it's still not.
I think you're still.
Yeah. Okay. I am having technical difficulties. And
does Suzanne have your presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, we do, and we'd be happy to share.
Okay,
Yes, I'm going.
Liz, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's have Suzanne share your presentation, and that way you can focus on your on your talking points in your notes.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Suzanne, for helping me. Okay, we're back on track, I think. If we can go back one slide. I still want to give an opportunity on the housing first. One of the other highlights is the work that we are doing collaboratively between departments and all our community organizations. I just want to highlight those that we've been working very closely across Tucson Police Department. TC3 as an example, TC3 has been instrumental in helping us with a high medical need patient that we moved into housing. Our courts, as I mentioned, helping us resolve warrants for guests, and community bridges, OPCS, Old Pueblo Community Services, MAT services, and then I can't forget to thank TPCH, which is Tucson PIMA Collaboration and Homelessness, for their collaboration to help us with these sites, and then our Housing First team. Everyone has participated, helped out, contributed in very many ways to this complex issue. In that conversation, I talk about Tucson Police Department under the leadership of Chief Kazmar and also Captain Stacy Shaner, who oversees the various teams around homelessness, substance use, mental health. They have been extremely helpful to us. Other areas with GIS as we work on the homeless protocol, and then all the community officers that have been trained and understand this work. And so I'm going to ask Chief Kazmar and Captain Shaner if they would like to share any comments on their work.
Thank you, Liz. I'll jump in. I think you've done a great job of covering. Honorable Mayor, members of council, just to add to that, this is obviously a super complex issue, and it's only become more complex the last 12 months when we really break down the various reasons for why somebody's living in an unsheltered status. And it can be anywhere from mental health issues, substance misuse, poverty, lack of affordable housing, and obviously we're all feeling the effects of crippling inflation. And so it's difficult when we have broad statements to cover the complexities of such a dynamic issue. Liz did a great job of highlighting the TP resources that go out in the field every day, not just centered around a housing first, but as we get constituent community complaints, as we get them ourselves directly, we get from all of your individual ward offices. And certainly as I've been doing my community listening sessions, the concern around our houseless population and substance misuse is high on everybody's minds, and understandably so. When 100,000 Americans died last year due to overdoses, and we think two-thirds of those were related to fentanyl. So fentanyl is certainly another contributing and driving factor. It's just so affordable that we often see individuals that are living in an unsheltered situation because of their substance misuse and addiction challenges. So complex issues, we want you to know, this is a complex issue that TPD is just one of many stakeholders in. I know I speak for the same for Chief Ryan over at Fire. But beyond when we really think of Miss Certain Hot, there are patrol officers, there are detectives, there are other department members that interface with our unsheltered population on a day-to-day basis, and not just in key areas of complaints. I went out, had the opportunity to go out with Sergeant Jolsing and Lieutenant Brady earlier this week. We went out for a few key areas and traveled through most of your geographic areas. And this is an issue throughout the city. There's just not one part of our community or population that's being impacted by this. So it's a complicated issue. I commend Mayor and Council's actions on commitment of not only services, but funding and resources to help tackle this. And I'll close with, I just spent 2 days at a major city chief conference and spoke with over 50 chiefs from across the country that are facing these same challenging issues with nuances specific to their community. But nobody has the one perfect answer. But as long as we continue to communicate and collaborate, the best decisions and evaluate the best decisions will continue to be made in how we tackle this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Kazmar. That again, appreciate the partnership that we have and the continual commitment that we have on that. I do want to give a big shout out and thanks to many of you that toured the Wildcat Inn. I know Brandy has been working hard and her team, and just to be able to have you there to see it firsthand really shows your commitment and support of these projects. So thank you for that. Next slide. One of the items that was unanimously supported by Mayor and Council is the idea of having a phone line for people to call who need resources. One of the things we're looking at using right off the bat, starting May 1st, is our city resource number. Brandy and I are working with Sam CREDIO, with DTM to prop this up with the end goal of having it be a 24/7 operation. Right now, this line is 8 to 5 p.m., but we know that the Mayor and Council direction is to have a 24/7, more importantly, after-hour call line. So we will continue to work towards that end. But in the meantime, we will utilize this, the city resource number, to ensure that people have resources and ability to connect to housing and services. So I just wanted to share this update, and please know we will continue to work towards a more 24/7 operation. Next slide.
That's how we get that message out to the people in the communities.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, we will certainly utilize all our resources and putting out information to the public through our PIO office. And we can look at other marketing tactics to do that.
Yeah, being English is Espanol, correct?
Espanol is very important. We'll make sure. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Can we make sure that we have the entire presentation and then wait for comment and questions after the presentation is done? Go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. Additional updates, in March 8th presentation, we talked about one of the models being the Interfaith Hospitality Network, also called iHelp. Sarah Lanius, our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Director, and I met with Southwest Lutheran Social Services about their iHelp model that's in the Phoenix metro area. They are open to exploring expansion to Tucson, which typically can take 12 to 18 months to get the program off the ground. Just to give you that timeline, they utilize faith-based communities and churches to open their buildings either one night or multiple nights a month to shelter people. They typically serve 30 individuals a night and provide case management to help those served to move into housing and obtain income and other services. They're volunteer driven and they report positive outcomes. And it would be a great way for us to engage with our faith community in this community effort. The second part of this is just a reminder that we are investing the American Rescue Plan funding and other resources into this effort. We were recently approved by HUD for our home American Rescue Plan funding, and this will be used in part to purchase a property for permanent supportive housing to house those who are unsheltered using the PSH model. Staff are also seeking other funding, federal funding opportunities that will help us expand this work. I now have the pleasure to move into our next slide to introduce our special speakers. We are very fortunate to hear first from Tom Litwicki, who is not a stranger to Mayor and Council. Tom is a proven leader that has educated many of us on the merits of housing first. The partnership between OPCS and the city are too many to list, but I do want to highlight our partnership with them on the homeless work program. Also, they operated our hotel program during COVID, which we're very grateful for the work that they did. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom, who's going to share his perspective.
Thank you very much, Liz. Honorable Mayor Romero and City Council members, it is a pleasure to be here this afternoon and like to talk a little bit about what's happening around Housing First with OPCS. I think there's a slide on this, Liz.
Yes, if we can move to the next slide. Thank you, Tom.
That's a slide, but I'm not, oh, that's the one I was looking for. Thank you very much. So OPCS has been working for the last 12 months or so to break ground and start a Center for Housing First in Tucson. This will be the first Center for Housing First in our region and potentially in the US. We're still looking around to see if anyone else has developed anything quite like it yet. Our intention with this is to bring Housing First to scale and to end chronic homelessness in Pima County and Tucson. The buildings there, and that you're looking at right there, is one of the south building of what was the Urban League campus. We purchased the campus a little over 12 months ago. There are two buildings. The north building is a office and warehouse type building, and the south building was a school. We're in the process now of remodeling both of those locations. The south building will be a location for all of our Housing First teams. So that includes our case managers, navigators, outreach staff, employment coaches, the behavioral health staff in our outpatient clinic, all in that location centered on bringing Housing First throughout the community through outreach into places where people are homeless, whether it be the community, the shelters, on the streets, and meeting them where they're at and then navigating them into housing. The north building is designed, will be designed to be a hub for supporting all of this work. So part of it will be for storage of the materials and supplies that people need when they move into their own apartment. One of the things we've found is that when we're able to get people leased up in their own apartment, they usually have nothing that they can take with them. And so the bedding, the supplies, all of that sort of kitchen supplies, furniture is needed when people move in, and a process for getting them moved in. So all of that will be in there. There'll be a volunteer center to support all of that, a kitchen for putting together food products that we can then deliver to people within our housing locations and in the community they're living in the streets. And then a collaboration and training center for the community. A large portion of the building is designed to be a collaborative space that will be open and available to smaller nonprofits who are interested in learning about and starting up their own Housing First initiatives. So a bit of a Housing First incubator, if you will. A large training area for Housing First trainings and other evidence-based practice trainings. A collaboration space in which teams that are working together can work together and plan and implement new processes through outreach, navigation in the community. So it's really designed to be something that everyone can come together. We certainly realize that although OPCS wants to be a leader and wants to provide and do as much as we can around homelessness in Tucson, that really it's solving chronic homelessness will require the collaboration of government, business, nonprofits, community leaders, local neighborhoods to be successful at this. So we wanted to make sure we had a significant footprint that was available and useful for those purposes. We're really thrilled to be moving to this location. We're currently on 5th Street. This will allow us to serve about 40% more people. It brings us a lot closer to the entities like the VA, Pima County, One Stop, the City of Tucson, and City of South Tucson, for, really kind of hotspot areas where we can provide support and refer people into housing. So it'll be accessible, modern facilities. And we're also, I'm uniquely interested in this being one more place that can highlight the neighborhood and keep kind of the history of the neighborhood alive. I've been meeting with Charles Kendrick from the African American Heritage Museum about how can we promote the history of the neighborhood as it goes through all the changes that are happening in that area, so that that history is known and remains solid within that area, and we can promote, all the good things that are happening there. So our intention is to be a good neighbor. We've had meetings with neighborhood association in that area, trying to meet with the schools, and yeah, it isn't, I will mention, because people often ask, it is not a housing location. So there will not be any drop-in centers or housing location in that area. That tends to be very taxing on the neighborhood, and we don't want to do that to this area. So that's my update on this. I'm just thrilled to bring this up. It's going to be about a $3 million renovation, and we're now at about in the next 30 days, we should be at about $1 million worth of donors, and hope to have this open to public donations and a campaign in October.
Tom, thank you so much for the update. I really appreciate it. We do have Brandy Champion here, our Housing First Director, that has been doing an incredible job with the Housing First program in the city of Tucson. And I think Tom and Liz and others were at my visit last Friday to the Wildcat Inn. And I had the pleasure of going there with Councilmember Cunningham and the Vice Mayor, and the inspiration that I left with out of my visit to the Wildcat Inn, it was just incomparable to be able to spend some time with the residents of the Wildcat Inn, and the difference that this program that mayor and council have invested in and have shepherded through the last 2 years, the difference that it makes to people. And I had the pleasure of meeting incredible people that were unhoused and that now are in a safe place with services surrounding them and with love and attention from our community. So I'll let Brandy introduce our next speakers, because she lives with their stories every day. So Brandy, if you'd like to introduce our next speakers, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, so first we're gonna have Donald Pops, is what he goes by. And he is currently a resident at our Wildcat shelter. So you can come on camera, Allison, if you would. Allison will be helping us. She's our wonderful management assistant. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
All right, you're up, Donald.
And introducing Pops.
Hi, everybody.
So Pops, tell us a little bit about your stay so far at the shelter.
Wonderful. It's been a big uplifting, a light. It's just been wonderful. It's been everything more than it should have been. I don't know what I thought it would be. It's given me a lot of hope, put me back in the right directions. And I can dream again. And it's just good. It's very good. And I thank you guys for all that you're doing. It's wonderful work. And if I can, I'm going to help EWAC. That'll help it out. I'm just me. I have a lot of people that care about me, a lot of people that I care about too. So try to stay together as a family we are. Twisted, but we're a family. And I remember seeing the mayor when she came out there. And I thank you for coming out and seeing us. And Brandy, you and all the ladies here do such a wonderful job. Take care of us. Something we were trying to do for ourselves, but we got it now. Thank you guys. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Pops. Allison, do you have someone else that would like to say a couple of words?
Yep, Emily's up next.
Hi, Emily, better known as Texas.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for supporting us in learning how to love ourselves again. I'm a big crybaby, but Brandy is absolutely amazing. I love her. She knows a lot of my personal things and has given me strength in myself. Something I haven't ever had. And a family that no matter what loves me, all of me. And it's just been an amazing thing, and I can't wait to leave big big footprints for others to fill. I'm excited to each and every person I come across on my daily walk, wherever I go. This is what I speak about. This is the strength and the hope that I put out, and I thank y'all for that. Now, we got my sister's gonna come talk. This is Miss Savage.
Miss Savage, how are you? There she is.
Hello, Miss Brandy. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Assistant Mayor. How are y'all? Well, I have a lot to say, but I'm going to put it like this. This journey of my life didn't start here. It started in Louisiana. And I've been homeless in a bunch of different places. But Tucson is the first place that I have actually been helped. Been took from having nothing to knowing that I'm something. I'm not just anybody anymore. I'm a somebody. And the lifestyle I lived brought me to the person I am today. And the lifestyle I'm living now is because of you guys. Y'all have brought me from feeling like I'm nothing to knowing that I'm something. Y'all have gave me an outlook on life that I never thought I would have. I never thought I would be sitting here talking to y'all. I never thought I would have the influence and the impact on people that are out of my league, as people would say. So from me to all of you, I just want to say thank y'all so much, because y'all have brought me back into society. Y'all are teaching me how to become productive members of society. And no one can ever take this away. Y'all opened the door for me to be able to go out and talk to other homeless people. I want to become the face of homelessness. I want to become the talker for people that can't talk. I want to be able to speak for people that can't speak. And I go out now. I've been out once so far. And it's the most gratifying thing that I've ever done in my life. To know that y'all give me the opportunity to help someone that was like me one day. And now they'll be able to come here and be like me this day. And I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can. With y'all help, our help, we'll make Tucson a better place. We will stop homelessness if I have anything to do with it. And I just want to say thank y'all so much, because Tucson has taught me how to be a human again. For all of you on the council, for all of you on the board, for all of the ladies that work here at the Wildcat, for the police in Tucson, give us a chance and we'll show you that we can help y'all just as much as y'all help us. I'm open to anything anyone needs help with. I want to be the face of homelessness. So once again, thank y'all so much for giving us the time to come here and speak to y'all about us. So I'm going to let my brother come and talk to y'all, better known as New York. Come on, brother.
Thank you, Savage.
You're welcome.
New York, New York, Sway. I say Sway because he stands and talks to me and does this.
Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Mayor, High Assistant, Council. Rest of y'all, I don't know y'all, but pleasure meeting y'all. Y'all didn't introduce yourself, but how you doing? I don't know everybody on your board. I know the people here. And the people that's here. You know, I'm from the streets. You know, I'm from Brooklyn. I came a long way. I lived in Florida. Came out here from Florida. I even got my baby taken away from me. I raised my daughter since she was 3 months old, till she was 6. And I come out, and here it is, the life of luxury, living, you know, that street life and being in the street again. And that's not it, you know. I could have been back in the system, which I would say, and really made a long life there for me if it wasn't for this place, as well as the staff. Brandy, because Brandy, you know, she, you know, when I met Brandy and Allison, I gave them both. I gave them a piece of my mind, like, you know, who the hell and this, that, and third. And I you know, this, what y'all are doing is it's all fake, you know. And Brandy stayed on my, you know, I don't want to curse, but you know what I'm saying, my ass. So Allison, they didn't give up on me, basically what I'm saying. And, you know, to have people like that was consistent in staying, you know, being on me, I don't know, I have a change of heart, you know, and I could feel it inside me. That's the thing, you know. You know, everybody spoke and everything like that, but what they're saying is like their heart changed. You know what I'm saying? And to be a better person, to be a living person in society. See, I don't care what the people in society think about me. I care about what I think about me. And, you know, through Allison, through Brandy, they open up my eyes to let me know that I am somebody. You know, I don't got to be taught to be somebody. I am somebody. You know? But I'm getting a little bit emotional right now, and I can't do this right now. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to thank y'all. Randy, you know what it is. Miss Mayor, thank you. Assistant, thank you. You know, I'm not used to, you know, talking around other people that I don't know, but thank y'all too.
Thank you,
Thank
Sly.
you
We
for
appreciate
your story.
it. And that was our final person, Miss Mayor.
Thank you to Pops, Texas, Savage, and New York for sharing their stories with us and for giving the Housing First program the chance to be able to, you know, make an impact in their lives. So I'm really happy that we had these testimonials because when we talk about unsheltered folk and homeless people, many times we don't put a face and a human after that sentence, after that word. And these are the people that because of the investment that this mayor and council have chosen to do, whose lives we're impacting. So Councilmember Dahl, and then if we're going to open up for questions, any of the presentation from Liz or from Tom, or any questions that you have for Branding, our Housing First Director. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, and thanks to everybody who's presented today. My staff and I toured Wildcat Inn, and it's such a wonderful program. You know, I'm a new city councilman, and I never thought that homelessness, houselessness would be one of the top issues that I was dealing with. I should have known better. My staff deal with complaints about homeless camps every single day. And it's heartbreaking to know that there are people out there who need these services who aren't getting it. But on the flip side, there are people who are having to struggle with the impacts of drug users and people who are troubled living right next door to them. They didn't sign up for that. So I also didn't realize that Tucson would have such a robust and wonderful response to this. And thank you from Chief Kasmer, Director Morales. Ms. Champion is truly an angel. Mr. Litwicki, representing the nonprofit world out there, coming to bear. We all need to work on this. And, you know, I've heard people say it happens all over the city. I'm convinced it happens much more in my ward. And I'd love to see the many programs that are happening in my ward deal with the people in my ward a little bit, maybe that rather than taking people from across the city. But that's being a little petty. Not being petty, this is a huge problem, and all the resources that we can throw at it, I think, are resources that are good. So I'm very supportive. Here at my ward, we're planning to do a town hall. We want to bring people who, we call them frequent flyers, who call again and again because they're facing the impacts of the houselessness, so that they can know some of these programs. So we'll be inviting many of you to come join us for that town hall. Thanks again for all your good work.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, no, thank you, Mayor and Brandy and Liz, and all of our residents at the Wildcat Inn, especially those that you know, made time to speak with us when we were there visiting, and also at this Mayor Council, you know, meeting, this forum. I know, just like you, Mayor, it was a very impactful experience, but one that I left, you know, feeling also hopeful and re-energized, that even though the work feels monumental and there's so much, you know, that needs to be done, you see that it's like taking that first step forward. And so I'm a firm believer that it takes, you know, a village to raise us, and that also takes a village, you know, to fail us. And that village is, you know, these systems that mediate our life that don't always come through. And I always think we have, even folks who are housed, we have more in common with folks experiencing homelessness than we do with the billionaires, you know, that exploit our labor and our housing opportunities. And so I think it's really important to keep that in mind. again, just really thankful for Brandy and the way their thoughtfulness and the way that they're showing up and making sure that the staff and the team that she's putting together understands, the multiple issues that folks experiencing homelessness are facing. And that was very evident for me on our visit at the Wildcat Inn. So I know that we need to continue to invest in more low barrier housing options. And so I want us to continue to leverage using additional ARPA monies to continue, to elevate and really, take this work to this next level. I think the old way of thinking required a lot of our community to jump through, many hoops, many barriers to get to stable housing. And that sometimes, we put them in positions where, they had to make a choice, between housing or their loved one or housing and, pets or, other things that are important to them. So I'm looking forward to carrying out this work. I did have a question about the resource helpline, because I'm thankful again that we have another avenue, another way, to support folks. But are we thinking in the future to connect this hotline into our 311 system? I'm not sure where we're at with that, but just looking forward to continuing this work with all of you here.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I can tell you that in my conversations with Sam CREDIO, soon-to-be director for DTM, that is the end goal, is to evolve into the 311. He is available if you have any questions around that, but that in our conversations, that was the next step.
Liz, you mentioned that there's the hotline that we currently have is Monday through Friday. You said 8 through 5. Is there a particular timeline where we can expect to become a 24/7 hotline? Because I think that's something that Councilmember Cunningham brought in terms of concern, that we see maybe neighborhoods and others, some of us actually see people in need, and we want to make sure that we get to get them help and not having to call you or having to call Chief Casmar or Sergeant Jostling on their personal cells, right? So do you have a timeline for that?
So the goal was to work with DTM on this. I did learn there's a second number that is called Control A that is 24/7. So that is about reporting emergencies around streets and traffic and those type of things. So we're trying to figure out if we utilize that number or we wait till the 311 is functional. So one of our thoughts is with our Brandy's team, with them having an after-hours cell where it can be transferred if it goes through Control A. So the first step was just to try to get the information through the resource line, and then if after hours we can connect it to the Control A, that is a possibility. It's just not nailed down just yet, but that is, as I said, the goal is to get to have a 24/7 line, and hopefully we can work out those logistics.
Thank you, Liz. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, thanks. That was one of the questions I was going to ask too, is when we can expect the line to be more than just 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. So Liz, I'm sure you'll let us know when we can advertise that. But for now, it'll be good to have, so that when we do make the observations, we can make the calls. This might be a Liz question. How many supportive housing units do we have right now?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik. So on the permanent supportive housing units, I don't have that number handy. Those are funded through the Tucson PIMA Collaboration and Homelessness, the Continuum of Care programs. We operate, I believe, our ECHO program. And so what I can do is follow up with a list of permanent supportive housing units through an email. I know there's other projects in the community that are similar that OPCS operates. So what I can do is pull together what that looks like. And if you remember in our HASC plan that you adopted, our Housing Affordability Strategy Plan for Tucson, our goal is to have at least one permanent supportive housing project funded with project-based vouchers or other funding, one a year. And so our goal is to really push for that, because we know without having good housing options, as we know, we struggle now with the resources we have with our vouchers and other homeless subsidies. If the market is the way it is now, there's limited units. So we need to bring more units online to be able to do that. So I will happily provide that information to you, Councilmember Kozachik and Mayor and Council.
Yeah, and that housing availability is only getting worse. It was earlier today, I was on the phone with a management team up in Scottsdale who call it manage, and they bought a local senior housing project that has 160 people in it, and they're jacking the rents up. And so we're now going to have to face that again, more 160 seniors, and this is the third time in 3 years that the rents have gone up. The material acknowledges that our four sites have served 130 people. And I note that in the current emergency shelter bed availability, Tom, your OPCS 6 sites have 0 availability. So my concern is that we have over 10 times that many unhoused. And again, everybody loves what Brandy's doing over there and Allison's doing over there. There's no question about that. But we have over 10 times the number of unhoused than we have bed capacity right now. And chasing people from wash to wash is not only a waste of money, it's degrading to the people that we're pushing around. I've interviewed half a dozen of the people over at Wildcat, and they, to a person, have said that when they're told, go over there where nobody can see you, it brings tears to their eyes. It ought to bring tears to our eyes when we hear it, because they're being treated as though there's no value, and they have no value, and our chasing them around is not an efficient way at getting people the services they need. Everybody knows, everybody agrees that having a rooftop is the best solution. It's not a practical single shot solution though, and we keep moving our camps around out of sight, out of mind, but it is failing the people that we're trying to help. Somebody is making a policy decision every time we bulldoze a camp. Kevin touched on it. We have campsites of 30, 20, 30, 40 people living immediately outside somebody's backyard. And Chad knows this. He's walked some of the same sites that I've walked in Ward 6. I've seen him in Ward 3 as well. I know Richard's got him in Ward 5. And yet we bulldoze the golf links campsite that was out pretty much in the middle of nowhere, that the only people who could see it were bike riders riding by. I'm a bike rider, I know that, I saw it. In the alternative, I'd like to see us make a policy decision to identify several locations for controlled sites. And we saw your letter today, Tom, that you're not supportive of controlled sites. And yet, if we provide porta-johns, hand washing, allow pets and partners, and have, if OPCS doesn't want to do it, then La Frontera will, to go out there and provide the services people need. It's a whole lot easier to provide those services when we know where people are and they're stable and they've got protection through police or some security resources than it is to chase them from wash to wash. So I'd like to know what policy decisions are guiding the bulldozing of camps when they're out on golf links or out on 100 acres. And I've seen the emails. I know we got 100 acres in our crosshairs now as well. When we have camps immediately adjacent to people's backyards where they're building campfires. And I've been in the camp and I told one of the guys, I said, be careful with the campfire. You got a dry wash right here and you got somebody's wooden fence right there, right next to their backyard. What are the policy criteria that we're using to make those decisions?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, yeah, I will just jump in if that's okay. I want to just say that the only times since COVID, the only camps we bulldozed are those that we've been able to successfully move people out of. We have not been pushing people and telling them to move and then cleaning up the camps, as was the practice prior to COVID. So that has been our approach. And we are working on cleaning up ones that we know there's no longer any encampments at those locations, but there's a lot of trash and other things left behind. So we're working on cleaning those up. And then we are also approaching how to help those current camps to do cleanup without moving them on. So those are some approaches.
But Liz, you're missing my question. Somebody made a policy decision to bulldoze golf links while we have people living outside people's backyards. Who made the decision and based on what criteria?
Mayor, maybe I can help.
Yeah,
Mayor Liz, let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, the reality is this. There were many decisions made over the last, I'll say at least 2 years, to not address some of the issues. And those were conscious decisions based on feedback that we gotten from CDC, et cetera. One of the areas that we had looked at providing services was along golf links. So if you want to know specifically who made the decision, I will take responsibility for making that decision. Now, the reality is that we approached the folks that were along golf links. We offered them services. We relocated them to the housing, both the Wildcat Inn as well as some of the others. I have visited the sites. I've gone along with you. I understand the constraints. I understand what we're faced with. As has been mentioned many times, complex issue. I stand by that in terms of the process that we followed. Could it have been done differently? Sure, I guess we can look back now and agree. But I will also tell you that this is the direction I got from the mayor and council to move towards a housing first model, which is what we're doing. I think that the numbers that are in the presentation demonstrate the success of that model, at least to this point. I think it's also in its infancy stages. And I know that moving this forward may not be ideal. It doesn't, as you said, it's got 10 times, there's 10 times as many folks that are houseless or unsheltered out in the community. We have been working very closely internally to provide opportunity for folks that want services to get those. We have not been just relocating folks willy-nilly across the community.
Councilmember Kozachik, did you have any more questions? Because we do have other council comments.
No, that's fair. Go ahead and move on, but I didn't say you were just moving people around willy-nilly, Mike. That's precisely not what I said.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go on to our next council colleague. I believe I saw Councilmember Cunningham's hand go up, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Lee. And Tom, if you'd like to add any other commentary after the council colleagues, you can jump in after Councilmember Lee.
A few things I wanted to thank. Texas. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I wanted to thank Texas, Miss Savage, New York, and Pops for coming on again. It's nice to see y'all again. Glad you're still enrolled in the program. That program has a lot of empowerment going on. And, you know, it's no secret that you know, we've all had challenges and had to meet some of those challenges head on. It's no secret that all of us have been a part of those things. I was very inspired by that visit. A lot of great work is going on, and kudos to Miss Champion. So let's talk about what we're really talking about. We're talking about homelessness, and we get it from both sides. It's one of the hardest things. It's a very, as the manager said, it's a very complex issue. It's one of the hardest things because we want to advocate for our folks. We also have neighbors and constituents. We need to advocate for them too. And sometimes the unsheltered needs and the needs of our constituents go face to face. They go head on. They're not congruent. Okay. And we have to basically take it as it comes. We've got to go one step at a time. I think right now, the housing first model, based on the early data we have, based on the testimonials that we're getting, is the way we got to go. And it's the expansion that we have to go. I am not sure about a sanctioned area right now. I think there's some research that says that's kind of playing with fire. So I'm not sure I want to go that route. I think for now, I'd like to focus on expanding the Housing First program and seeing what we can do there. Part of this is we've got to meet folks where they are, and if everybody gives a little, I think successful outcomes can happen. I also think that as far as the Housing First program goes, it's revolving. It isn't going to, we don't take an unsheltered person, put them in a Housing First program and expect them to stay in that. That's not a permanent housing. That's a transitional housing. So I think that piece is in its infancy. The other thing I like is that we're not going to try to run a cookie cutter cookie cutter case plan program. Cookie cutter case plans went out in the 70s. All right. We've got to meet people as an individual and assess them individually and see how we can, how that empowerment process goes on. So those are my things. I want to thank the mayor for going to the Wildcat Inn, but I think we're really on the right track. I'm getting a lot of feedback from other jurisdictions about the success of this program, and they're asking us how we're doing it. So I feel that we seem to be doing something right here, and I kind of want to stick to it. If we're missing stuff, we'll fill it in, but we probably need some more data first.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the folks. Housing First model is the best way to follow it right now. You look at the studies in Portland and Seattle and things that have happened with the camps. It's just created a lot of liability for the cities, and they're trying to get away from that model. We need to continue to work on this. I think that phone number is going to be critical, that critical number people can call, because there's a lot of folks kicking people out of homes and so they can sell the buildings right now on the market rate increasing. And we need to move on that thing, because there's a lot of people being evicted on Friday at 5 o'clock and there's nothing going on until Monday at 8 o'clock. That's a critical issue, that people have families, people on respirators, people on wheelchairs that are being left out. That's critical. If you look at the agencies, we have 785 beds altogether with the shelters, including the Center of Opportunity, Primavera's Man's, Community Bridges, our Family Services, Sister Jose's, OPCS, and Salvation Army. And not all are full capacity. Now that the COVID is coming down, we'll see it going up. But also, too, in the summer months, people don't want to stay out and be homeless in the heat. They'll be leaving us going to cooler places, I believe. That's what I've been told by homeless folks who tell me this. We swell up in the wintertime and we slow down in the summer. But it's still, buying services is critical. Mental health is another big issue we have to start looking at. The kind of people getting better services for them and hooking them up. I applaud the efforts that Liz and our staff have made. Brandy really helped a lot of folks right now, and I applaud the 3 people that had the courage to come up and speak and give testimony. It's very important. Homeless work program, people see it, we're working it. Tom Lewicki and those guys spoke up about what they see it, because he's in the trenches every day. But I think the point in time count needs to be done twice a year, summertime and in the winter time, to see what's going on. Do better accountability and get with the agencies, work better. We need better coordination is what I'm trying to say with all agencies. And I want to thank TPD. The mystery unit is outstanding so far, but we got to continue to work and grow it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Lee, and then Tom.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, great work to the team. Very moving testimonials today. I did have a couple tears, so I just wanted to acknowledge all of your amazing work. And I just wanted to circle around to one of the things Steve was talking about, but specifically in terms of managing expectations, right? Because we are all seeing the experiences of homelessness in our wards. So how could we understand kind of the priority determination that you all are making as you're getting calls from neighbors, calls from the ward offices? Is there anything you can tell us in terms of the criteria or how you're determining how to handle it? Because it's a lot to handle. So anything that you can inform us on with that?
I apologize, Councilmember Lee, if you can just give me the last part of that question again.
Yeah, definitely. Just any sort of idea on guidelines. How are you all, you know, if Ward 1, 3, 6, and 5 all have calls in about different sites, how are you all handling this with priority determination? Is there anything you can tell us from an expectation management that would help us and help us pass that information on to our constituency?
Thank you for restating that. So our homeless protocol, we've been using the GIS system, and we've been logging those calls and emails into them. And what our team across the different departments, we meet to evaluate those, and we literally will go and do site visits. So it's often looking at impact and numbers has been the priority on that. Again, happy to take direction if there's a different approach, but it is a lot of minds and people who are out there seeing it firsthand and working on those sites and trying to understand what's the best approach. And again, all those sites come with that outreach component, whether in collaboration both with TPD HOT team, our HCD outreach team. Also, we coordinate with our community providers who also have outreach teams. So that is part of the priority. But again, we are really clear when there's neighborhood complaints, when they're really close to their house. Looking at that, we can definitely look at that a little closer and have an approach for those that maybe they're not large encampments, but they are having an impact on neighborhoods. You know, hearing that feedback from mayor and council, we could definitely shift and add some new approaches to that.
Councilmember Lee, did you have another question?
I think that's it, Mayor. I was just looking for any sort of logic that you all applied to this criteria and decision making that would help us understand a little bit. So thank you, Liz.
Liz, I have a question about, just to follow up on that same question from Councilmember Lee. I understand that Housing First, our Housing First Director, Housing Community Development, our HOT team and TPD, and other providers work together to come, you know, to give each other input in terms of coming to a conclusion. And what are the hot spots that you are all going to focus on? Do you focus on one particular area? Are they mutually exclusive? Do you do work in parallel? I guess that's what I'd like to push a little bit on in terms of, do you ignore some areas to focus on one particular area, or are you doing layered approaches to where the team is working on?
Mayor, good question. So I will say we definitely look at more than one area at a time. They meet, I want to say every other week, Brandy, and they review what we call the hot list, right? And get updates from different areas if they've been touching it or seeing it or doing different pieces of that. So because of capacity, if what we do, as an example, the golf links, once we knew that was a pretty major, large camp that had myriad of issues that were happening, when we made that decision, there was efforts about 2 weeks prior to us moving them in to start doing targeted outreach. So there is an element of saying we're going to outreach and start moving people from that location to that. That really was the first time we had a real housing resource, and it really was our first opportunity to try that out and see the impact. We are now working on a couple other sites with that same approach. But that doesn't mean we ignore all the other sites. We continually have outreach teams going out across the city and hitting them on a regular basis. When we had the report on March 8th, when we talked about the 1,000 contacts, 329, I think 300 some camps visited in that 2-3 month period, those were multiple camps, multiple sites. So although we have some targeted efforts, that doesn't stop the citywide work that is also being done.
Alrighty, I just wanted to clarify that because I think we're all trying to figure out how decisions are being made, and that it's parallel work in different sites that is being done. Tom, I'm so sorry for making you wait. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. No problem at all. Council members, I just wanted to clarify that no matter what path the city or the council takes, or whether there's already encampments all over town, we will at OPCS always go out and provide resources. We don't necessarily have to agree with the intervention or what's happening at those locations. We'll always go out and provide those support and resources. Encampments isn't something we would manage, but we would always come out and provide help. The other thing is I have a number of council staff who reach out to us and neighbors for assistance with persons who are homeless. We do have outreach teams. We'll always come out. It may take us a couple days if there's nothing really bad happening, but we'll always come out and talk to people. We'll talk to neighbors. We'll do whatever we can. We prioritize those who are most vulnerable, and those who are highly vulnerable, usually on the vulnerability index of 14 or above, will get into housing one way or another. We'll find a way. Brandy used to do that work for us, and we put people in apartments, and we'll figure out a way to make that work so that people don't die in the streets. The other thing I wanted to mention, it seemed like a great opportunity. You're talking about 24-hour access. We do have funding actually from the city that provides low barrier shelter beds and apartments. And we do have a 24-hour number that's available to police. So if police officers are out and working with someone and they see that they're vulnerable and they're willing to come in for the night, they can come in. The challenge is usually finding a place for them to go next, but we will find room, and it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because you really need it at 3 a.m. when you're walking with the person, and we recognize that. So please feel free to use it. I'm more than happy to meet with any of the council offices or TPD to coordinate any of this and do everything we can. We really have a mission of ending chronic homelessness. We unabashedly believe that that can be done in Tucson, and just excited to do it. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Tom. And I did see Chief Casmore's hand up. Chief Casmore.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, I'll just add to the conversation of questions being asked by Ms. Morales and Tom that just remember our field resources also supply information to Sergeant Jolson through our TPD dashboard that helps us prioritize the work. We then funnel that information to all of our community service providers as well as our city partners. And there's many city departments that are collaborators in this conversation. So I just wanted to also remind everybody that that's in play here too. And I'll close with one of the things that we've been talking about as a department leadership team and out in the community, and there's certainly business interest, is I applaud the phone number and the ongoing work, but we did talk about it. We need a resource at 3 o'clock in the morning when the field officer or the firefighter or our community resources are out or the community's calling in. And there's opportunity in 2022 to develop apps that where public safety and community service providers could have real-time information at the tips of their fingers. Just remind everybody that you through your leadership, you provide us all department issued cell phones. And so that could be a really effective tool to real time, because as Mr. Kozacek said earlier, these numbers and accessibility to beds and resources changes real time. And so that could be a system that could be created and developed. And there's certainly a lot of interest in the business community to privately fund something like that under your leadership.
Thank you, Chief. And we have taken a bit more of the allotted time that we had for this item. We still have an important conversation to have regarding place network investigations that in some way layers with this issue. But a couple of things that I wanted to close with. I believe in the housing first model, and I see it at work day to day with the work that Brandy and her team are doing, and Liz, with the support of Chief Casmar and the HOT team, with behavioral health organizations and organizations like OPCS, and PIMA County is also part of this conversation. So I believe that we need to continue using this model, because I too believe that we should resolve to end homelessness. And not just deal with the symptoms of homelessness. And then regarding sanctioned encampments, the federal agency, Interagency Council on Homelessness prepared a report, because sanctioned encampments and safe zones have been created in other cities across the United States. And it really is a 4-page, very simple report to read that cautions other cities on the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness of sanctioned encampments, because at the end of the day, we want to house individuals. We want to house individuals and then wrap around the services that they need. And providing a roof in a safe place and a safe bed to sleep is a stabilizing force in people's lives. And sanctioned encampments or safe zones, at the end of the day, are not providing that roof, that longer term approach to be able to deal with homelessness in our community. So the agency says that sanctioned encampments have a very little impact on reducing homelessness, and ultimately access to stable housing that people can afford with the right level of services will help end homelessness. And so we need to double down, I believe, in terms of our investment in the housing first model. As a matter of fact, we should make sure that we're partnering with Pima County, looking at how we partner with our nonprofit agencies in the community like OPCS, and make sure that their Housing First Resource Center is funded and put to work. How do we provide that partnership with a Housing First Resource Center? How do we look at our buildings, for example, Station 8 in Ward 3, to be able to be part of the solution, part of the puzzle, to provide the immediate services. Many people that are unhoused need a place to use the restroom, to take a shower, to have food before they make the commitment to accept and believe that Housing First program in Tucson is actually a reality. So I want to thank everyone for your work on this. TPD and our Housing First Director and our Housing Community Development, our nonprofit partners for really helping us get to this place. I too believe that we need to create more units because the amount of need is great. And so any additional ARPA funds, federal funds, or any other methods of us purchasing additional units and maintaining and operating them into the future is important to make sure that we're tapping into. So I don't see any other hands except for Councilmember Fimbres. I don't know if this is your hand up or if it was from the previous time.
It's from the previous time, Madam Mayor, but we keep moving forward this way and following research and looking at things that are happening, and we'll get there.
Thank you all for your Yes, thank you for your hard work. Thank you all, and especially to our testimonials that were so powerful. Thank you all. We're moving on to the next item. Item 8, Mayor and Council has requested an update on the Place Network investigations. Want to open it up to Chief Casmar. I know that Assistant Chief Kevin Hall has been the lead in this particular item, but wanted to provide the opportunity for Chief Casmar to open up the item.
Honorable Mayor, member of council, I'll keep my comments brief so we can catch up. We appreciate the opportunity to continue to talk about P&I and the scope of the project and how not only city and government resources, but how community partner to help collaborate with TPD to create a safe community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Kevin Hall.
Thank you, Chief. I was hoping the city clerk could put up the brief PowerPoint I put forth. And while that's occurring, I just want to introduce myself. I believe all of you know me, Honorable Mayor and Council members. However, my name is Kevin Hall. I am an Assistant Chief with the Tucson Police Department. I've been with the Police Department going on my 31st year now. And for the past nearly 5 years, I oversaw the Patrol Services Bureau. In February of this year, under the direction of Chief Casmar, a new bureau was created within the department, which I now oversee. This bureau is called the Special Services and Innovation Bureau. It is charged with providing the department with data-informed, evidence-based, socially innovative strategies and policy, and evaluating those policies and strategies when possible. I was also able to keep a couple of units that are near and dear to my heart, that being MIST, CERT, and HOT. 2 of those 3 units I created in the past 4 years and have been intimately involved with the work they've been doing in the community for the past 5 years. So I was happy to keep those. I am aware that some of you here have only had the briefest introduction to Place Network investigations, or what we call P&I, while others have a much deeper knowledge of the strategy. So I'll keep this overview and update at a fairly high level, and I'll try not to go too deep into the details and get bogged down. I know we're a little bit behind. That being said, my staff and I are more than willing to meet with each and every one of you in the future to provide as much detail and information on P&I in general or specific to the sites and investigations that are occurring in your wards at any point in time. We can go to the second slide, please. So P&I is first and foremost a gun violence reduction initiative and is one component of the police department's comprehensive gun violence reduction strategy that we began creating in the fall of 2020. P&I leverages over 3 decades of empirical research on place-based crime. Essentially, what P&I is about is networks. People are networked, that we know. Their networks are the relationships that we all develop throughout our lives. Our families, our professional relationships, our friends, the people we play sports with, go to classes with, those are all relationships. Those are, in fact, networks. What P&I is built on is that places can be networked as well, that chronic violent hotspots for crime can be networked to other places that feed into that crime site, that micro location where crime is occurring. These other sites, we use different terminology for them. They can be convergent sites where people gather not at the crime site but nearby, and it's a gathering point, a convergent site. There are comfort sites where not at the crime site but at nearby sites, people go to hide, or it might be grandma's house or another relative's house or a friend's house, or even just a place where it's a vacant house and they squat. But it's an area that feeds into the crime site. But traditionally, we don't pay that much attention to it. Police traditionally are very much focused on the crime site itself. Traditionally, we would allocate a lot of resources to the crime site. Essentially, we would throw a bunch of cops at the crime site. We'd see a reduction in crime, and then we'd move the cop to somewhere else. What occurs is, because we're not addressing these collateral sites, these convergent sites, comfort sites, corrupting spots, what we call them, then crime always comes back to that acute, chronic hotspot. And this can be for decades. And having been here for 3 decades, I can tell you there are places in our community that myself, other people that have been here as long, say have always had a violent crime problem. And we can point to a handful of those places throughout our community. And no matter, it seems, what we do, we can't mitigate the historical systemic issues surrounding that micro location. P&I addresses that by addressing the network places around that location as well as the crime site itself. Next slide, please. One of the most robust findings in criminology is that violence is concentrated, and it's concentrated in a small number of places and among a small number of individuals. They've called this the 80-20 rule, in that 80% of the crime is committed by 20% of the offenders, or 80% of the crime occurs at 20% of the geographic locations in a certain jurisdiction. We conducted a study 2 years ago where we found that 60% of the gun-related violence in Tucson occurs in 4% of the geographic area of Tucson. So you can see that it's very concentrated. Gun violence occurs in very small geographic areas. Simply arresting offenders does not mitigate the environmental issues and underlying social determinants of crime that exist within these micro locations. Removing a violent offender has immediate short-term benefits for the residents, but it does little to address the root causes or the chronic acuteness of the causes. So I want to point out that these are very small locations. We're not talking about city blocks. We're not talking about neighborhoods. We're not talking about barrios. We're talking about street segments, sometimes as small as 500 meters. These are what we call micro locations. We want to drill these locations down to such a small area because that's where the violence occurs. But also, when we apply our attention to that area, it's to exactly where the behavior is occurring and the place it is occurring at, not the entire area, not the entire community, not all the folks there who aren't involved in violent crime and are just trying to go to work, go to school, come home, raise their families. We don't want to intrude upon their lives. We're only interested in the violent offenders at the violent crime sites and the sites that feed into those crime sites. That's why we drill down to such small locations. One of the key components of P&I is the advisory board. And where P&I has failed in the past is because the jurisdiction did not convene an advisory board. The board is convened to provide oversight and guidance to the P&I investigators. It's made up of our particular board, as of the boards and the other sites across the country that are under evaluation right now, are made up of other city department directors or their designees, social service providers, property management representatives, business leaders, but most importantly, community members who actually reside, work, or travel through the sites that are under analysis. Next slide, please. So I'm going to spend just a little bit more time on community involvement because I think it's such a critical point of this initiative. Community involvement is a key component to the success of P&I initiative. The community members have an equal voice on the board in decision making, but also to provide valuable context and perspective. Community members can also provide distinct needs or gaps in services that exist at the site or surrounding areas that may not be immediately noticed by city staff. Nobody knows the neighborhoods and the communities better than the people who live and work there. We know that. We see that daily. It is also here at this level, the board level, where engagement is activated at the community level. It is here that sustainability plans and co-opting violence with community health begins. And it is here where Sarah Lanius and I have talked repeatedly. This is where the potential for the community health, safety, and wellness program can move quickly and be flexible in this space to activate neighborhoods, to provide needs that haven't been provided previously for the health and wellness of that particular neighborhood. The P&I Advisory Board, which is intentionally diverse and, as I've already stated, includes those who reside, work, or are directly impacted by the violence at the sites, are able to provide candid feedback and guidance to the investigators for meaningful and intentional problem resolution strategies. The board is acutely aware of the delicate balance between too much policing and too little policing at these sites. And let's be candid, these sites are overwhelmingly populated by socially and economically vulnerable residents. In many instances, police action is not the favored direction, and other pathways are explored simply based on the risk of harm to the community members who reside at these sites. And I apologize for sticking on this point maybe a bit longer, but I think it's important to emphasize that P&I is designed to be less intrusive, less harmful, and the most proportionate response to violent gun crime that we have found to date. To use the public health analogy, the treatment and dosage that we apply cannot cause the patient, or in this case, the micro-location, any harm or any harm that's worse than what's already occurring at that location. The holistic governance model of the board provides non-police resources to address violent crime and is a problem-solving model that can be replicated for all city departments to address all manner of social issues affecting our community. A cross-department, multi-sector, community-infused advisory board builds trust and legitimacy for all of public government, not just public safety. Next slide, please. The current project in Tucson, with the help of our research partners, as well as our own research and analysis section, P&I investigations have begun in 3 select sites. These are our pilot sites. They're based on data identifying them as chronic violent hotspots. This is data that goes back 3 years and is strictly related to gun violence. The first one is in what we call our Ops Division South, Ward 5, that's 6200 South Campbell. The second one is the Oasis Apartments, 2550 North Dodge, Ward 3, right on the border with Ward 6, the Grant and Alvernon area. The third is 7440 East 22nd, Ward 4, right on the border with Ward 2. This is the Tierra del Sol apartment complex. So these are all fairly large apartment complexes. The other commonality is they're very well located to large arterial streets, very easy ingress and egress. As one might imagine, these are all very, they line up, our hotspots almost always line up with neighborhoods that are socially vulnerable. They are socially and economically disadvantaged locations, and all 3 of these fall directly into that category as well. Our current P&I program was initiated in January of 2022. It is assisted with technical assistance and training provided by the International Association of Chiefs of Police out of the University of Cincinnati Center for Police Research. Internationally known researcher Dr. Robin Engel, and assisted by the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Dr. Tamara Harold. The Tucson site is a part of a larger national evaluation of other sites, including Baton Rouge, Cincinnati, Denver, Harris County or Houston, Las Vegas, Philadelphia, and Wichita. P&I is being evaluated through funding by Arnold Ventures, and we continue to modify and rework portions of the strategy as we go. This is a work in progress. We are constantly trying to make it better, more effective, and more efficient. Because of that, we are in the process with our P&I project manager writing the draft P&I manual to assist other jurisdictions to be able to replicate this model. Next slide, please. P&I is intentionally designed to be laser focused on very small segments or areas within a neighborhood with board oversight. This allows investigators to concentrate on the violent offenders and networked places only, not the whole community in the affected area. It's about focused interventions that reduce policing. So I think that gets missed a lot when these discussions are had across the nation. The reason, as I stated earlier, we distill these down to such small segments is to cause less harm to the overall area while trying to mitigate the violence that is occurring there. We're trying to do it with as little policing or a light of touch as possible. And this comes with board guidance and direction. Multiple stakeholders ensure multiple perspectives and long-term sustainability planning after police move on to other sites. We know we can't keep resources in these sites. A part of the plan from the very beginning has to be involving the neighborhood, other city departments, and other stakeholders who are invested in this area to provide a sustainability plan to ensure that violence remains low in those areas when the police leave, because we cannot stay there. And we don't want to stay there, quite frankly. And P&I is specifically designed to avoid the net widening tactics of the past and reduce community harm through board oversight and clearly defined tactics that take into account that only a relative few are responsible for violent behavior. Very few people, as I stated before, are responsible for the behavior that we're trying to mitigate. Therefore, we want to be very focused in our tactics. The last bullet point there, holistic governance is more effective, efficient, and ethical than enforcement alone. We strongly believe that. P&I provides far more than investigation and enforcement as it relates to violent crime. It allows other city departments and social service providers to work in conjunction with the police to offer alternatives to traditional strategies that allow residents a safer environment, enhanced quality of life, and the empowerment in addressing subpar place managers who allow an environment to cultivate violence. And that's a good point there, place managers. There's a lot of research and articles that cover this phenomenon where police will respond to a certain bar in a certain location over and over and over every single night. A bar literally across the street, the police will never go to. And why is that? One of these locations, 2550 North Dodge, there is an apartment complex that is almost as large, less than a quarter of a mile away, that we almost never go to. Why is that? And it almost always comes down to place management. Who are the place managers? Why does one bar owner manage their place responsibly, where there is no violence, there are no problems, the police are never called, and another bar where there is violence and police are there every single night? It comes down to place management. A part of P&I is holding place managers accountable and ensuring accountability with people who are responsible for those areas, and in many cases, these vulnerable, socially disadvantaged residents that we believe are being exploited by the place managers. And just on the update, let me back up just a bit. So for 6200 South Campbell, we don't have enough data. This project hasn't been running long enough for us to say that it has an impact on violent crime yet. We just don't have enough data yet. What I can tell you is the relationships we've built with the community, with the place managers, and with the business owners and other entities surrounding these locations have been gold for us. For example, at 6200 South Campbell, after several meetings with the property managers and then the property owners, they have determined to invest $500,000 into that property for property upgrades to include lighting, landscaping, fencing upgrades, rehabilitating their basketball court for the kids. All of that just through conversations with our P&I investigators with the assistance of the board. Tierra del Sol has done the same thing, not as much money, but they are taking our advice and they're upgrading their lighting. They're upgrading all of the doors on every single apartment in that complex have been replaced or are about to be replaced. So there are benefits to this, and the residents are now talking to us. They're not afraid of being evicted. A lot of these residents are afraid to report code violations, some pretty horrendous ones, because they can't afford to live anywhere else and they don't want to be evicted. So we have to build that trust with them to let them know we're not going to evict them. We can work with code, we can work with fire inspectors, we can work with a lot of different people to make sure that people aren't evicted. They still have a place to live that's safe and viable for them, while at the same time addressing the violent crime that's occurring at the property. I guess in conclusion, I just want to say that gun-related violence is a complex problem, and it will not be solved with traditional enforcement models or by the police alone. Gun-related violence is a large-scale social issue and requires broad cross-sector engagement and coordination. Focusing on reducing gun violence overwhelmingly means saving lives in communities of color. Gun violence continues to be the #1 cause of death for young Black men and the #2 cause of death for young Latino men in the United States. This is replicated in Tucson, with young men of color overrepresented as victims of gun violence. Last year alone, 20% of our homicide victims were young Black men. Less than 5% of the population in Tucson are Black. Police have a role here, there is no doubt about that, but as sociologist Patrick Sharkey states, gun violence is very much about concentrated urban poverty and social disadvantage, and the police alone are ill-equipped to solve that. We need a whole team of different department members, community members, and social service providers to address this issue. That's what P&I is all about. I'll be more than happy to take questions.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Hall. I do see Councilmember Fimbres has signed up.
Thank you. Kevin, Chief Allen, how did the Tucson Power Stress Report look into this, enter into this format? Because it shows that wards 6 and 3 are the ones that have most crime. Are you just focusing on gun violence on this issue, this program?
Yes, P&I is a gun violence reduction program. It's just one component of our gun violence strategy. And what we did is carved up the city in a few thousand small segments, and then did an analysis to determine where the gun violence was occurring. And by gun violence, I mean fatal and non-fatal shootings, armed robberies, and gunshot calls.
Okay. And because I keep hearing from the citizens, the neighborhood associations, that there's always there's a shortage of officers in Ward 5. Is that playing into this? If we bring up our officer numbers, and go back to community policing, will that deter some of this gun violence?
I don't think I can answer that question adequately right now. There are a lot of different strategies to approach gun violence. This is one of them. Place-based strategies have about 3 decades of research backing them up. Community policing means something different to just about every police chief you would talk to. I can guarantee you, if you ask Chief Kazmar what community policing is, he will give you a completely different answer than Chief Moore over in LA would. It's all in the eye of the beholder. What we do know is it's smart to put cops where crime is occurring. We don't want to have cops where crime is not occurring. We just don't have enough cops to put them across the board. So we
We're not
want
just
them
talking
to
about
be.
costs. We created social workers. We created a whole network of folks. We're trying to bring back the net team concept to help these folks, to help the most needy, most vulnerable citizens. Because they're not going to start to this. Maslow's theory is going to work into it, where they're going to survival of the fittest, where they're going to do everything they can. They're not going to start to death. So they're going to start robbing and stealing and cheating. Now, who's on the advisory board of this from Ward 5?
Your staff has been invited, and I believe they're at the first one. I'm not sure if they're at the second board. As observers, but the boards are the people who either live, work in the place, the city directors, or social service providers. But all of the wards are invited and can be at each and every one of the board meetings. I mean, all of the wards.
How effective has it been?
You just have to be careful about it. I'm sorry?
How effective have you been since January? And how did you get the word out about this program to the community, neighborhood associations? Is there a contact number that they can talk to?
We left that up to the division captains who work with these different areas on a daily basis. So like in Ward 5 at 6200 South Campbell, they have the business owner across the street from the resident. And this 6200 South Campbell is a little unique because it's sort of isolated out by the airport. And it's right across the street from Sunnyside High School. Sunnyside High School has a representative on the board, and they've been really good partners and had some excellent suggestions regarding how to get students safely to and from the complex to the high school and back again. The property managers there and the property owner, as I mentioned, have been excellent partners. They were engaged from the get-go. And the officers, the investigators themselves, have actually been out and knocking on doors and talking to the individual residents almost constantly.
So we do have the Vice Mayor hand up, and then we're going to have to wrap up this item. But Vice Mayor, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant Chief, for your presentation. I can, see that you are very, thoughtful and bring in a lot of research to this program that we're trying to get off the ground. Could you share with us a little? I know that you're in the starting phases for it, like what some of the timeline is, moving forward, where you want to be by the end of the year and on. And then just lastly, if does TPD do no-knock warrants just in general? And would that be something happening in these areas?
So we do not do no-knock warrants. That actually requires the permission of the chief of police if an investigative unit wants to get a no-knock warrant. We ended those, I believe, over 2 years ago. And in answer to your question on timelines, that is a little gray. The metrics for success on this is to reduce gun violence in these locations. How we do that in the timeline is going to be a little squishy. We're working with the other sites, trying to determine what success looks like. And quite frankly, in my mind, and this is going to be completely up to the board and not up to me, but it would be something along the lines of, I can reduce gun violence in these micro locations by anywhere from 25 to 30%. And I have a robust, solid community network involved there. And to Councilmember Fembris's point, maybe not like the old net team, but very similar to, with community health, safety, and wellness, with neighborhood activation and some needs analysis going on there. If all of that is in place, I would feel very comfortable pulling out the investigators and going on to the next site, because in my mind, that is the foundation of a healthy, vibrant community who are working with the rest of city government.
Thank you.
Chief Casimir.
Vice Mayor, Senator Cruz, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'll just add, just to scale, you know, we are the 33rd largest city in the country, 250 square miles. These are three geographic locations that we're focused on as high priority and the best possible sites to learn from and have critical impact. Just to scale the conversation, in 2021, we had 738 gun crimes. 562 of those were non-fatal shootings. 92 of those resulted in death where there was a homicide. Year to date, we've had over 55 gun-related crimes. So although we're only at 1.7% above average on a 5-year, we're still up 60% from year already with 17 homicides and one that could turn a critical injury into an 18th. So lots of work to do, and just understand as the work goes on at these sites, we are still ultra focused within the 4 geographic areas within the divisions with other locations that we are focused on and individuals that we connect up with crime. And certainly I just want to, you know, first appreciate this is many years in the workings for Chief Hall and deploying this within our community. So I want to celebrate his leadership in this space. And also just recognize that the lessons that we're learning are being applied to other aspects of the way that we do work throughout the city. So thank you for the time for this presentation.
Thank you, Chief. And we're going to have to move on to the next item, but I did not want to finish this item without first giving you my perspective as to why Place Network Investigations program is so important for us. First and most importantly, I want to celebrate Chief Casimir and Assistant Chief Hall that have been really putting this program to work and looking at it as an evidence-based, holistic approach to reducing gun violence. And as we saw our previous year, Tucson was amongst the cities throughout the country that saw homicides moving up. And I've always maintained that crime and community safety should not be the sole responsibility of our police department and our officers. We have to look at a holistic approach to providing community safety in our city. And for far too long, we've left all of these social responsibility, all these social ills on the shoulder of our police officers. And that shouldn't be. It should be every department in this city should be responsible for having a safe community. And so it's important that P&I continue its work, and I love the innovative approach of adding a board, a community board, and different departments that are part of that conversation, because together we can only come up with the solutions to what is happening in our communities. So it remains my perspective that investing in our community and neighborhoods is along with addressing the root causes of violent crime and gun violence. For example, and I think Assistant Chief Hall talked about it, poverty, chronic unemployment or underemployment, lack of opportunity, historic disinvestment in particular neighborhoods in our community, and other similar factors determine the gun violence and crime in particular neighborhoods. So what we have to do as mayor and council in order to actually get to the root causes of these issues is layer approaches to P&I. Right? So in partnership with our police department, housing, community development, as well as transportation and mobility and other departments, you know, even our Million Trees campaign, right? We have to make sure that we're layering the opportunities in the zip codes where we're seeing the majority of gun violence and crime happen in our cities. And not surprisingly, these areas are areas that have seen historic disinvestment. And so our youth employment program, our investment in our streets, investment in our parks, investment even in creating tree canopy and opportunities for the people that live in certain areas of our city, and the program in terms of community policing and P&I are part of the solution. Not one department is responsible, but all of us are responsible to make sure that we turn around these areas of high need and change the opportunities in these zip codes where we're seeing, for decades we've seen issues happen in. So I am really happy that Assistant Chief Hall, Chief Casmar, and others at TPD are really putting a lot of work into this program and creating coalitions of partnership to get to root causes of gun violence and crime in our community. So thank you so much. This is one of the reasons why I asked for this item, so that we could understand what this program is and what this program is not. So appreciate the presentation, Assistant Chief Hall, and thank you for all you're doing. And I'm looking forward to continued partnership and a continued layered approach to fighting gun violence in our community. With that, we'll move on to item 9, which is state and national legislation update. Item 9, are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I've distributed some information to you last week and yesterday in response to some questions from Councilmember Fimbres. Happy to answer any questions about those. In addition, before you, there's only a handful of bills on the list this week. I'm happy to answer any questions about those bills. If there aren't any questions, I'd respectfully appreciate a motion to approve the recommendations in the report.
May I have a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Andrew, so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
We move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Fimbres, you have your hand up. I don't know if you're wanting to remove something from the consent agenda.
From the previous questions I asked about the other agenda item.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember. So we move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items for future agendas?
Yes, I was looking at the programs. I've forwarded a memo to you, Madam Mayor, on a couple of issues, agenda items, dealing with DPD.
Excellent. We'll be looking for that at agenda committee meeting or beforehand. Alrighty, so we move on to adjournment. Study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin. I haven't even looked at the time. I want to give you 15 minutes to stretch your legs and grab a little snack before we start regular council meeting. So we're going to start, what is it, 5:40? And so we'll start regular session at 5:40. The next study session meeting will be Tuesday, April 19th, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you all so much.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, Resolution PHA 2022-001.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 2 dated April 5th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2022-001 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2022-001 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move that we adopt PHA 2022-001 and approve the write-off of $26,175.62.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2022-001 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Public hearing, approval of the City of Tucson and Pima County Consortium updated annual plan for HUD fiscal year 2022 and updated 5-year action plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2026, resolution number PHA 2022-002.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 3 dated April 5th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2022-002 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2022-002 relating to public housing, approving the updated City of Tucson annual plan for city fiscal year 2023, city fiscal year 2023, and HUD fiscal year 2022, HUD FY 2022, authorizing and directing the adoption of the Public Housing Authority PHA updated capital fund 5-year plan and submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Your Honor,
May
this
I
is a public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Clerk?
This is a public hearing. We have no registered requests to speak.
All righty. Do we need a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2002-002.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2022-002 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
Approval of minutes.
City Manager's PHA communication number 1 dated April 5th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the December 21, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 5.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene in our regular meeting. All righty. Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kazachi.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. The invocation will now be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member from the City Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Let us pray. Dear God, thank you for bringing us to this meeting today. We pray for all the government officials gathered here, that you guide the mayor and council as they make decisions that will affect the lives of the city of Tucson residents. Grant them wisdom to make the right decisions without bias or prejudice. We pray that the mayor and council members work together to improve the quality of life of all affected by their decisions. Amen.
Thank you so much. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 87 dated April 5th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, I need a motion to approve the appointments in the agenda.
So move.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. I would like to personally thank Anita Rankin and Alex Oberlich, as well as Haley Freitas and Siri Tumble-Beidler for your willingness to serve in city commissions and committees. Is there any further discussion on these appointments?
No, I think Justin Gabrand is also included. I had him.
Gibrand,
Yeah,
yes. Okay, perfect. Justin Gibrand, Alex Oberlich, Anita Rankin, Haley Freitas, and Siri Trumbull-Beidler. Thank you all for your willingness to serve in our commissions and committees. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 3. Hold on. This is not current items. For some reason, I don't have the piece of the presentations. So this is item 2C, their presentations to community groups. What I'll do is I will open up with the first proclamation on behalf of the mayor and the city of Tucson. Our first proclamation is proclaiming Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We have Christine Welter Hall from the Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault here with us to accept the proclamation. I just wanted to thank the Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault for organizing an event today in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I was joined by PIMA County Attorney Laura Conover, TPD Assistant Chief Monica Prieto, as well as Chief Casmar. I wanted to thank them for joining us this morning to commemorate Sexual Assault Awareness Month. A little bit of what we talked about is that we have to move together as a community with courage and resolve to continue to support survivors and advocates of sexual assault, to educate our community in the hope of eliminating sexual assault in our community. As we all know, sexual assault affects us all. In particular, we know that sexual assault among marginalized communities is especially pervasive. And we know that nearly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men have been raped in their lifetimes. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually assaulted by the age of 18. More than 25% of transgender individuals have been sexually assaulted after the age of 13. Today, I'm happy to present this proclamation to SACASA, who provides crisis services, advocacy support, therapy, and education for individuals and families impacted by sexual trauma. Thank you, Ms. Christine Walter Hall, for joining us today. And let me read the proclamation that I read this morning in front of a coalition of organizations and governments that are working steadily to prevent sexual assault in our community. So whereas sexual assault occurs in epidemic proportions across the United States, affecting 1 American adult every 68 seconds and 1 child every 9 minutes, whereas 1 in every 6 American women and 1 in 33 men has been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in their lifetime. Whereas sexual violence disproportionately impacts immigrant populations, people of color, people with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ+ community. Whereas April is National Sexual Assault Awareness Month and is signified by wearing the color teal to support survivors and to remind the community that we must work together to promote education, awareness, and accountability for sexual violence. Whereas the Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault, Pima County Attorney's Office, Tucson Police Department, University of Arizona, Southern Arizona AIDS Foundation, and other community partners are committed to a comprehensive response to end sexual violence in our community. Whereas Tucson's theme for Sexual Assault Awareness Month this year is The Truth About Teal, which encourages members across the community to bust the myths and learn the truth about sexual violence so that we may support survivors and speak out against harmful attitudes and actions. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. In honor of the Tucson Sexual Assault Awareness Month campaign, I encourage all Tucsonans to wear an article of teal clothing or a teal ribbon either today or the entire month to raise awareness of sexual assault, to stand in solidarity with sexual assault victims, and to support the end of the epidemic of sexual violence. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 5th day of April 2022. And again, I wanted to allow Christine Walter Hall a bit of time to accept the proclamation, and if you wanted to add a few words.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you for your support this morning, this month. Always. We're so honored at SACASA to accept the proclamation and are doing it on behalf of the whole Pima County Sexual Assault Response Team. Again, like you mentioned, that it's a collaboration across government, academia, military, social service agencies, nearly 30 organizations that work together every day. And we meet together monthly, formally, to work on preventing sexual violence, supporting sexual assault survivors, and bringing justice to perpetrators. Our Pima County SART, as we call it, it's truly unique in our incredible collaboration. We're the most robust one in the state and certainly rival others around the country in our depth and breadth. And I think it shows in all that we're able to do. And this month, as we have our campaign about busting the myths and spreading the truths about sexual violence, it's so important because these myths really suppress victim voices. They create fear of reporting what happened. We know that 2/3 of survivors actually do not report their sexual assault. They hinder healing from trauma because of the shame and fear and just worry that no one's going to believe them. They create significant long-term emotional, physical, social, and even really significant financial disparities for survivors. And they foster ongoing assault and rape culture. So the more that we learn about the truths, the prevalence, the realities that that the people who do report are not lying, the more that we support and believe survivors, the more we're going to bust these myths and encourage folks to come forward and as you say, Mayor, the epidemic of sexual assault. So we cannot do this alone, and we really appreciate your support as the mayor and council in all of our endeavors. And thank you so much again.
Thank you so much for being here and for all of the work that you do on the ground. Thank you. Our second proclamation is this week we observed Tax Fraud Week of Action. More than $8.4 billion are lost to tax fraud every year in the U.S. economy. What's different this year is that we are finding ourselves amid widespread economic hardship, inflation, and unprecedented gas prices. Paychecks are stretched thin already. But if you're not even receiving a paycheck because you're paid in cash, or if you're part of an underground economy, times are even tougher. Payroll tax fraud robs communities of valuable resources that could go towards investing in our schools, improving our infrastructure, and improving our roads. That's why Mayor and Council recently had a study session on this issue in December and directed staff to enact measures to increase oversight and crack down on tax fraud on city public works projects. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to do things a little bit differently with this particular presentation of proclamation. I would like to ask Bill Ruiz with the United Brotherhood of Carpenters to come to the microphone to talk a little bit about Tax Fraud Week of Action and what it means to the Southwest Carpenters, to unions, to construction workers throughout the country.
Thank you, Mayor. We're thankful to you for your work to help fight tax fraud in the construction industry. The tax fraud robs our communities of much needed tax revenue for our schools, our roads, and our hospitals. And so we want to thank you for your recognition of action to crack down on wage theft and fraud in our industry and to help our brotherhood grow strong with good paying jobs, wages, and benefits.
Thank you, Bill, so much for being here, and to the Southwest Carpenters, really for taking a lead on this issue and educating communities throughout the country, especially here in Arizona. I just mentioned that in December we talked about this at Mayor and Council, and we gave direction to our city manager and staff to do something about it. I wanted to ask our city manager just to share with us a brief update of the work that we've been doing so far on this particular issue, Mr. Manager.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So first of all, the living wage ordinance has been updated and posted. That is in our code library. And the website, we'll make sure we post that in the chat here, but it's under Code Library and Legal. We've also, on the procurement website, updated the living wage rates and the obvious corresponding ordinance. Our procurement division is working with our new labor standards unit to make sure that the policies and practices around the payroll reporting, not only dealing with the labor standards unit, which was the conversation we had, I believe, last meeting, but also the living wage ordinance is part of that. So making sure there's consistency there. And finally, we are updating all of our contracts going forward with the labor standards unit and the living wage ordinance conversations that you all had asked us to take a look at.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the brief update. I also want to make sure that we that part of the direction that we had asked is that we make sure that we work with stakeholders to create a payroll reporting requirements that will assist in enforcing our efforts. So I know that Business Services Department is working fast and furiously to get these things done, and just wanted to make sure that that the update was given to the community, especially those individuals like the United Brotherhood of Carpenters Union that are here and that are working so hard, that this particular mayor and council and this city government is absolutely making sure that we're a good partner to the work that you're trying to do. And with that, I will read the proclamation, and if you want to say a couple of words after, Bill, or just let me know if you're done. So whereas more than $8.4 billion a year is lost to construction industry tax fraud, whereas the United Brotherhood of Carpenters will be engaging in the Tax Fraud Days of Action, April 11th through the 16th, to acknowledge and fight for the most vulnerable workers in our communities and the financial fraud and abuse in the construction industry that impacts them. Whereas bad acting contractors use cash pay and labor traffickers to commit fraud while taking advantage of vulnerable employees by underpaying them or not paying them at all. This robs communities of valuable resources that could go towards improving our schools, updating our infrastructure, or building new hospitals. When the workers of Tucson and their families suffer, we all suffer. Whereas in Tucson, 45% of construction worker families are enrolled in a safety net program, the annual cost to Arizona and the federal government is $700 million. That number is staggering. We can and must do better here in Arizona, starting at a local level. Whereas payroll tax fraud in the construction industry occurs on a national scale, but the work starts right here in our own community. The city of Tucson is taking action to crack down on wage theft and fraud. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the city of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the week of April 11th through the 16th to be Tax Fraud Week of Action for every citizen in Tucson. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 5th day of April 2022. Thank you all so much for your hard work. And Bill, I don't know if you wanted to add a couple of other points that you wanted to make today.
Well, Mayor, if I may, Fabian Sandes, Regional Manager for the Southwest Carpenters. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for all your efforts. The City of Tucson, City Council, for taking the lead on this matter that affects all workers, not just in construction. So with that said, thank you very much for taking the lead on this, and it's going to help a lot of families along not just in Tucson, but along the whole state. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Fabian. I really appreciate it, and thank you for all of the work that you're doing on this issue. Appreciate you and all the work you do. Thank you for being here to accept this.
Likewise, thank you.
Alrighty. We move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 88, dated April 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community and not position statements on policy issues. I know most of the council colleagues might have a report, so I'm going to start with Ward 1 and invite the Vice Mayor to start.
All right, thank you so much, Mayor, and for those beautiful proclamations to kick us off in this month of April. I want to start off by giving a shout out to our very own Andrew Greenhill, who helped organize a trip for me and my staff to go up to the state capitol, something that we had been wanting to do since we came into office. And because of the pandemic, it, really made that challenging. So thank you, Andrew, for giving us a tour of the state capitol and making sure that me and my staff got a holistic view of how state laws are made and how the city of Tucson becomes a target of preemption legislation. We got to meet with Representatives Andres Cano, Reginald Bolding, Andrea D'Alessandro, Domingo de Gracia, Jennifer Longden, Pamela Powers Hanley, along with Senators Lupe Contreras, Rebecca Rios, Rosana Gabaldon, Stephanie Saul Hamilton, and I want to thank them so much for taking time to talk to us and for us to get to share some of our priorities down here in the city of Tucson, and just, that they make us very proud, and thank you for fighting that good fight up at the state capitol. The next thing that we have is that this Sunday, April 10th, from 9 a.m. to 11, the ward office, along with Fuga, is hosting our monthly BCM Burro ride that starts out of the Ward 1 office. So feel free to come by. We're going to be having a bike repair here out of the office on Friday. We'll share some of that information for folks needing to get ready for that ride. We also have the Cushing Street Skate Park public meeting on April 13th from 5:30 to 7. That'll be a Wednesday. So Parks and Rec is hosting our second public meeting for the Cushing Street Skate Park at the MSA Annex starting at 5:30 p.m. Next, we want to give Anita's Market a shout out. They just celebrated their 38th anniversary and had a grand reopening last Friday. And we're excited to have them back operating. They make some of the best chile con carne burritos, so feel free to go support and check them out. On Thursday, April 14th, we will be hosting in Barrio Anita for Barrio Anita neighbors to come and join us for dinner at Ori Park as we meet with the Pima County Land Trust and our Housing Community Development Department to talk about an affordable housing project underway at the corner of Constant and DeLong Street. Next, we have a 12th Avenue Street Art Weekend on April 23rd and April 24th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So in anticipation of the future installation of green stormwater infrastructure on 12th Avenue, our office, along with Councilmember Fimbres' office, the Department of Transportation and Mobility, are organizing the South 12th Avenue Street Painting Weekend on Saturday, April 23rd and Sunday, April 24th from 9 to 1. So I invite anybody in the public and our city, our city employees to come out and help us paint La Doce and bring some life and color onto the street while we wait for this amazing green stormwater infrastructure to take place. We need about 150 to 200 volunteers on each day. So if you need to sign up to volunteer, visit our website at tucward1.com, or you can reach out to us on Instagram. And then finally, as a save the date on Saturday, April 30th, our office will be hosting a celebration for the children in our lives. You know, in Mexico, we celebrate the Dia de la Niñez. And so Saturday, April 30th from 10 to 2, we will be at the El Pueblo Center, again, to honor and celebrate the children in our lives in our community. And we'll have the mayor there as our special guest. So thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Wanted to thank the mayor for the tour of the Wildcat Inn. Very inspiring. We talked about it during study session. A lot of empowerment going on over there. Vice Mayor also joined us. It was a good understanding of the Housing First model, and it recognizes that not every program's perfect, but if you're meeting people where they are, you can have a lot of success. Want to congratulate Cactus Little League. They're a merged Little League this year, kind of growing that Little League back at Palo Verde Park and at Freedom Park. I think it's really exciting that this Little League is back, because Cactus Little League, they merged right before pandemic, and this is their first year back. I was at their opening ceremonies. It was a great event. This one's a little hard. So, longtime youth advocate, youth football advocate, University of Arizona Wildcat football player, Julius Holt passed away. All of us have different memories of Julius. He's an amazing advocate when it came to youth sports, but the best part about him was that he was a really good person and an amazing Tucsonan. So we mourn his loss. He'll be missed, and he leaves this community well contributed to. So my thoughts and prayers are with his family and his loved ones. Jesse Owens Park was vandalized again, and that's the second time. So if you have any information, please let us know. $1,800 of equipment was stolen from Pantana Little League. My office is going to replace it. It's going on the P card. Sorry, Mr. Manager, but it'll be about a $1,500 to $1,600 expense, but we're going to handle that. We're not going to let the season get suspended because of the Yahoos. We're working with Tucson Police Department to try to find the culprits. We're not sure if they're related, but if anybody has any information, you can contact our office. You can contact Tucson Police Department, or you can call 88-CRIME. Right before our last meeting, we talked about our women's basketball team. Tonight, we talked about our men's basketball team. I want to thank Justin Kyer, who was the lone senior on the team this year, who made his last stop in Tucson. I hope he'll be a Tucsonan forever. As for some of the young men who have a decision to make on whether to go pro or to leave Tucson, obviously one more year, but all realistic aside, thank you for being part of Tucson and representing us well. Coach Lloyd, congratulations on a season of success. For everyone who doesn't know, TUSD, Amphi, Sunnyside, Flowing Wells have all entered the fourth quarter of the school year. So different things are happening, more community events. And I'll tell you, as we've come back into going to live school and no masks, it's kind of the more of a normal mode here. I'd urge people to be involved in their public schools. I'd urge people to support them. There's a lot of good programs, but we've got a year to make up. We have a year to make up of social interaction for kids. So get involved. We're going to have multiple programs this summer. I urge the city to consider tapping into the $46.1 million the governor's office has made available in grant money for summer programs. And let's see if we can get some programs done for kids. Finally, I want to acknowledge city staff, the Parks Department, and the mayor for opening the Udall splash pad. We had a great event, a great turnout, and it's one of multiple projects we've been doing in parks over the last 5 years. Up next is the Jesse Owens Park splash pad, the Fort Lowell Park splash pad. We're doing some improvements for the Fort Lowell Park baseball field. We're doing some improvements with the Fort Lowell Park playground, and we're doing improvements to the Fort Lowell Park parade ground, which is a historic project. So that park will now get the makeover that both Palo Verde and Jesse Owens got. So all three parks in Ward 2, all three major parks in Ward 2. So we're excited about these developments, and the city of Tucson couldn't have made that happen without 407, without impact fees, but without collaboration of neighbors kind of coming together and making it happen. So I want to thank all the people involved in those things. And that concludes my lengthy list of announcements.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Dahl.
I'd like to refer listeners to my Friday newsletter for announcements such as those, and like to use this time to publicly fess up that I provided misinformation to a reporter that was published in the newspaper inadvertently, and it was an easy enough mistake to make. I used an example of gray water as being used from a kitchen sink, and I was informed later that in Arizona, kitchen sinks are known to be full of bacteria, and gray water does not come from a kitchen sink. Counterintuitively, it comes from a bathroom sink or a shower or a tub. But now learning that there's so much bacteria in kitchen sinks, I think I'm going to utilize a bleach bottle later tonight to clean that up. So I apologize to the Arizona Daily Star and hope to set the public record straight with this announcement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. I thought about that same thing, right? I'm going to use my bleach to clean my sink. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick, exciting update from Ward 4. Later this month, Northwest Medical Center will be opening up its big hospital off of Houghton, which is really exciting because having had 3 children and having to plan a 30-minute trip to the hospital to give birth isn't always in nature's schedule when you're in those situations, as well as other emergencies. So out here, I know we are super excited to have this new service in our ward. So just an exciting thing to share in terms of what's coming in Ward 4 in development. So that's all I had, Mayor. I'm very excited about it.
That's incredible news and good, not just for East Side communities, but all around. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the 35 people who came out for the second Ward 5 meet and greet with TPD Chief Chad McCasmar on Thursday, March 24th. A lot of good questions were asked and comments made. I want to thank the staff of the El Pueblo Senior Center for hosting the event. Tuesday, March 29th, was Gaines' last day at the Ward 5 Council office. Gabe had finished his studies and got his degree. He had started his career in human resources for a healthcare company. Congratulations, Gabriel. Thank you for your work in Ward 5. You will be missed. I had the privilege of taking part in the dedication ribbon cutting of Cat Ministries, UN Bigger location Thursday, March 31st. Joining me were Tucson Ward 3 Council Member Kevin Dahl, Oro Valley Mayor Joe Winfield, Marana Town Manager Terry Rosamond, President of Ward 5 Medallions of Hope, to the leadership of Cat Ministries, who does so much for those in need in our community. Congratulations on the location and efforts we've made for our people. Saturday, April 2nd, the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center held their free Easter egg hunt event for the children of the surrounding neighborhoods. Congratulations, Jerry Neely and his staff at Quincy Douglas. Congratulate Mary Kuchar from my office, who also participated in it. Thank everyone who attended the event. Friday, March 6th, the Demeester Band Shell United Hearts of Arizona will be holding their first annual COVID-19 Memorial Service and Survivor Celebration. To be one of the sponsors of the memorial, we'll invite the mayor and the vice mayor and all our colleagues on this council to be there. For more information, call 520-808-4330. And tomorrow, Mayor, as you know, will be a great day for the city of Tucson when our President Joe Biden signs into the Postal Reform Act. This marks a major victory for the Cherry Bell Post Office Processing Center in Ward 5, Tucson and Tucson, Arizona. This has been an effort that I want to thank and following people. Former Tucson Mayor Jonathan Rothschild, our current Mayor Regina Romero, former council members Karen Ulick, Paul Durham, and Shirley Scott, and as well as my current colleagues on the council for their support for these past 11 years and a half. Late Senator John McCain, former Senator Jay Flake, former Senator and Congresswoman Martha McSally, Congresswoman Raul Grijalva, and Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick for their work to keep Cherry Belle open. Governor Ducey for his letter of effort for Cherry support. Tracy Tugger, our lobbyist, Connie Sadler Nelson, with the Postal Union workers, and the late George Khalil, who was part of the effort from the beginning. I want to especially thank State Representative Andrea De La Sandra, who was our champion at the Arizona legislature, who was working on HCM 2002 to have the Green Arizona legislature again go on record to support our Tucson and Southern Arizona Post Office and Processing Center. I also want to thank Andrew Greenhill, our lobbyist. And we're going to look at a celebration that will take place to mark this victory for Cherry Belle and for our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kozachik.
Just real quickly, I want to join Paul in noting the passing of Julius Holt. Absolute all-around good guy, family man, supporter of youth sports and youth generally in the underserved communities. He has left behind a wife and 2 children, and it is a huge loss for the community.
I agree.
And I would also remind people that today and tomorrow, Arizona Gives Day, and so find a nonprofit, find a small local business to really support tomorrow. That's it.
Excellent. I wanted to also include a couple of things. First and most importantly, I'd like to congratulate Councilmember Fimbres for being recognized by the Biden administration and being invited to the White House for the signing of the postal reform bill. For his diligent and tenacious work on protecting Cherry Belle and postal jobs in Tucson. The Biden administration recognized the work that Councilmember Fimbres really did. And this was years of tenacious, diligent work to see postal reform finally happen is incredible. I've been there with you, Councilmember Fimbres, and many of us have as well. And so congratulations for being invited for this bill signing. Also, April is full of Earth Day activities. I encourage you all to visit the Climate Action Hub site and check out all of the cleanup, zero waste, and painting events that are happening in this month. Go to climateaction.tucsonaz.gov /pages/team up. I also want to ask all Tucsonans to join me again in the Wyland Mayor's Water Conservation Challenge. The water we save today, we ensure that the future of our city. So complete your water pledge at mywaterpledge.com and select Tucson as your city. And finally, last but not least, I'd like to thank Councilmember Cunningham, the Parks and Recreation Department, for inviting me to celebrate the Udall Splash Pad celebration and opening. It was incredible to see so many kiddos and their families with their bathing suits and ready to use our splash pad. It's amazing to see how these types of improvements really add to the quality of life of our families in Tucson. So again, thanks to the voter-approved 2018 voter-approved Proposition 407 bond funds, we can add all of these amenities to our parks. Again, there is another completion of Prop 407 completion this Saturday, April 16th at 9 a.m. Please join me as we celebrate the completion of a new playground at Connor Park. This awesome project includes a new playground structure with integrated shade, new swings, an ADA accessible walkway. The playground was made possible through Tucson Delivers. Again, the 2018 Prop 407 bond fund. So all good things. It is spring in Tucson, and there are multiple events that people can choose from to attend. With that, let's move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 89, dated April 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Just wanted to give you an update on our budget work internally. Still working through a variety of pieces. I expect to have something for you by the end of this week. My expectation is to spend a fair amount of time on April 19th and then present the recommended budget on May 3rd. So just giving you a heads up that on April 19th, we'll be getting into a robust discussion, and then the recommended budget will be in front of you on May 3rd. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 6.
Your Honor, we're on item 5, liquor license applications.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Item 5. Please read the heading, Ms. Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. Mayor and Council Communication number 90 is for liquor license applications. Report from City Manager. On this evening's liquor license agenda, we have 3 requests for new license, 1 request for a person transfer, and 5 requests for special events. All are in compliance with city requirements. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 3, 5B 4, and 5C 1 through 5 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
May I have a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty, we move on to item 6, Madam Clerk.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. When you come to the mic, please make sure that you state your name if you live in the city of Tucson or if you don't, and if you are a contracted employee to speak to mayor and council. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. So I have 3 speakers tonight for call to the audience, and we're going to start with Beryl Baker.
I don't see her on, Your Honor.
Okay, then we will go with Abriza Zagir.
I don't see her on either.
Denise Baldwin.
She's on.
All right, Ms. Baldwin, you have to press *6 to unmute
Can you hear
yourself.
me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Hi. I'm Denise Baldwin, a city resident, vice president of Tucson Mountains Association, established in 1934. TMA represents the interests of thousands of residents throughout the entire Tucson Mountains. Tucson needs a change in attitude about TEP and what they're doing to Tucson as possible and normal. We would like to believe Tucson is as good as other cities in America, but on utilities, we are not making the grade. Good are scenic gateway ordinances. The bad, the process of city staff meeting with TEP to collaborate behind closed doors to create a proposed text amendment that undermines our future plans. The practice of closed backroom collaboration with city staff and TEP and other service providers like them must stop. You are selling out the best interests of our community. You are undermining important ordinances that Tucson values. The proposed codification of TEP's excuses as special exceptions will undermine enforcement of the scenic and gateway ordinances. It will put too much pressure and responsibility on the zoning examiner. This is an unlawful delegation of authority. I am informed by my father in his law practice that has served the little guy. On the surface, the proposed text amendment appears to have community involvement, but it will make it more expensive for the little guy to challenge because there are more steps in the process, in the appeals process, that is. The loss of undergrounding in the scenic route is of particular harm to the aesthetic and protection of the natural areas of the Tucson Mountains to further TEP's Canadian company profits, $201 million for 2021 to be exact. Other cities have a history of utility undergrounding to enhance or protect, and they focus on the aesthetics, health and safety, extreme weather, protect the property values of the residents. TEP would have Tucson believe there are no underground lines along streets. However, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act has dedicated $5 billion in funds to undergrounding transmission lines. EIA in 2019, the annual National Utility Capital Investment data indicates that $7.22 billion was spent on undergrounding specifically. Stop accepting TEP's demands to not underground. Start recognizing that Tucsonans want underground utilities, not TEP's excuses. Please do not codify TEP's excuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. I've been informed that Abriza Zagir is on the line now. Abriza, just star 6.
She just muted herself. There.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I am Abriza Zagir, Chair of the Westside Development Neighborhood Association, citizen of Tucson and the Sonoran Desert. We are against the C-82204 UDC Special Exception Text Amendment. A few money facts. TEP's chief executive in 2014, total compensation with stock options was over $2.5 million. The current chief executive compensation is unknown to me. In 2014, FortisInc bought UNS Energy Corporation, adding Tucson Electric Power. TEP U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission report between December of 2018 and 2021 shows a stockholders' equity change of almost 40% increase, thus reducing the amount it reinvests. TEP's 2021 profit margin was 13.4%. TEP has constantly raised its rates to the consumer, a total of about $30 per month in the last 5 years. That would be $16 million more per year. In 2020, TEP's goal to generate 30% of its power from renewables by 2030, 70% by 2035. How close are they to this goal? How much of the money they are saving by not undergrounding transmission lines will be used on renewable energy? When Fortis Underground purchased TEP in 2014, they were aware or unaware of the undergrounding ordinance required along our scenic corridor, gateway corridors, and overlay zones, which are in place to protect the unique visual setting and promote economic well-being. Or was it their plan simply to apply pressure by threatening or challenging this city's ordinance in the future if we do not acquiesce now? TEP is indicative of lobbying forces that are at play in the city of Tucson. Workarounds or change our UDCs for self-serving and financial profit. This is not in the best interest of us, the citizens of Tucson, or our businesses. Why are our elected leaders allowing a private company to influence and dictate the future look and feel of our city? This is not meant to be a slight on mayor and council, but on some city departments' lacks of conscience and accountability. What is TEP giving back to our community in exchange for monstrous OHE transmission lines? And for PDSD and the manager, what is Barry done function and how much is PDSD paying for this company and what are they being paid for? Thank you, and please vote no on CA 2204. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zagier. Do we have any others holding on the line, Ms. Clerk?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through F.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda as presented.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is water continuation of joint fund agreement with the United States Geological Survey to monitor stream flows and subsidence and change in aquifer storage. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Board of Regents for and on behalf of the University of Arizona for transportation, engineering, planning, and technical services. Item D is a final plat S19-061, 915 South 2nd Avenue, lots 1 and 2. Item E is a final plat S21-056, Black Hawk flexible lot development, lots 1 through 310, block 1, common areas A, B, and C. Item F is an EDA Build Back Better Regional Challenge grantee authorizations.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda items as displayed.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
City Administration approving the appointment of Samuel CREDIO as the Transportation and Mobility Department Director, ordinance number 11920.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance number 11920.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And just to clarify, Ms. Clerk, I have resolution 23455 as well.
I apologize, Your Honor, I do not have that. Just ordinance 11920.
Okay, alrighty.
Your Honor,
good.
23455. Your Honor, 23455 was item F in the consent agenda.
Oh, okay, alrighty, thank you. I have the wrong number. That's okay. Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, I just wanted to, before we move on to hopefully passing this ordinance, I wanted to congratulate Sam CREDIO for going through the entire process of applying for the Transportation and Mobility Director and coming out on top as an individual that has served in different capacities at Transportation and Mobility. I'm absolutely looking forward to your leadership of this department, Sam, and it is incredible time to be the director of Transportation and Mobility. We have so much in front of us, including an initiative that could potentially bring $700 or $750 million to our department to completely redo our residential roads in the city of Tucson and add about $150 million worth of investment in our pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure to keep people safe. We have a bipartisan infrastructure bill in the federal government that we should tap into as much as we possibly can. I mean, we have moved Tucson that was approved by mayor and council, informed by Tucson residents, and it really is a blueprint and an action plan for us to move forward in terms of the future of our infrastructure in our city. So it's an incredibly exciting time, and I am incredibly excited that you will be our new leader at the Department of Transportation and Mobility. So welcome aboard as our new director. I know that we still need to vote, but I'm confident that my colleagues on the council see the same thing that I see in you. So congratulations, Sam. I'm really happy to be at this point today.
And Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for your confidence in me for this incredibly important position. I'm so glad to be rejoining my team at Transportation. We have a great group there, and we're going to have a transformative impact on our city. So I'm really excited to get to work. Thank you again. I'm so blessed to have this opportunity.
Thank you, Sam. Alrighty, so now are there any other discussion?
Just like to make a quick comment. Sam, you're the 4th transportation director in the last 12 years that we've had, and I hope you're the last. I hope you hang in there for a while. I have complete confidence in you. And as Rahina just said, this is a really important time in this community for this position. Is probably, in the last 12 years, probably the most important time with all the different balls we're juggling simultaneously. So glad to have you in the saddle and looking forward to working with you.
Same with me, Madam Mayor. I know he's very talented. He's got a lot of tenacious and a lot of movement, a lot of gumption to move forward. And it's crucial, like Steve has said, and yourself, Madam Mayor, it's a crucial time for the city of Tucson to move forward and get our roads and streets repaired. Thank you, Sam. Congratulations.
Councilmember Lee and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, Sam, yesterday my team and I had a meeting with DTM. I know you were not able to join, but when we talked about you coming on board in this capacity in the future, everyone lit up. And so I know there's an incredible amount of hope for the future of this department under your leadership. So I'm super excited. That meant a lot to see the reaction in people's faces when they talked about you and you coming into this position. So I have all the confidence in the world in you, Sam, and I'm rooting for you, and congratulations, my friend.
Vice Mayor.
Well, Sam, I know we're about to vote, but wanted to congratulate you and thank you, for stepping up and being willing to take on, this responsibility. I think I am most hopeful. I mean, I love that you're, from the community here. You've been, you've been raised here, the challenges, and also, just kind of hoping that the dreams and the visions of being creative and being problem solvers, that doesn't get beat out of you in this position, that you don't lose, the ability to just come up with alternatives and solutions to some of the challenges that we're facing today. But I'm looking forward to working with you. We're already scheduling you for a tour of Ward 1 and all our priority areas. So congratulations and thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you, colleagues. Any others that want to add a couple of words? All righty. So with that, let's go to roll call. You're on mute, Suzanne.
I'm sorry. May I start with Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Congratulations, Sam. Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres,
Aye. Congratulations, Sam.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Looks like we got to set up a 2 or 2 so Lynn doesn't wind up with all the goodies. Aye.
Mayor Romero.
I would recommend that all my colleagues set up a tour with Sam. I'm pretty sure he's very familiar with all of your needs, but it's always good to tell them what you're here most about. So with that, I will say aye. And resolution, give me the number because I have the wrong one, Ms. Clerk.
Ordinance number 11920.
Passes by a vote of 7-0.
Mayor, I
Good
would
job.
like
Thank
to.
you so much. I love that, Mr. Ortega and Mr. Rankin. Did you want to include something for Sam besides the picture?
We do, Mayor. As a lot of you know or may know or may not, Sam was actually an extra in a recent movie. And so I'll get out of the way so you can see what he looks like in 70s garb. And he was actually an extra, got to meet the actors throughout the set, but also was our project manager. So there was some things that I was looking forward to for the next episodes. But since you all have appointed him as the DTM director, I'll have to find another project manager now. But thank you, Mayor, for indulging Mike Rankin and I. Congratulations, Sam. Welcome to the team.
Thank you so much. Mike Rankin, did you want to add anything?
Well, obviously, I'm just looking forward to working with Sam just in his new role. This is a terrific thing for our city and for Sam too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for indulging us with those pictures, you two. The mics. Really appreciate it. Congratulations, Sam. Looking forward to the work. We move on to item 9.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 19, on or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you soon. Take care.